Good morning, good evening, everyone, depending on where you are joining us from.
Good evening. Good morning.
Yeah, can you all hear me and
Good
can you
morning.
see me very well? Good. How is everybody doing today?
We are doing well.
Good. And congratulations for making it this far. Congrats to everyone that is here today. Um, Big welcome to you all. So I dropped the link. This event is streaming live. I dropped the link on the chat. That's the YouTube link. That's what you give to your friends and family. Every other person that you want to witness this occasion. Not the Zoom link. The Zoom link is for us internal here. Before I get started, let me just do additional recording. Recording. Yeah, record on this computer.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so welcome, guys, and congratulations again. Um, you've done so well. You have been up and doing in the last 12 weeks. So congratulations are in order, definitely. Uh, so so you're all welcome, and we also have some of our alumni with us. Who will be? They will also be chairing this program. They will be the one. Um, looking at. They will be the one. Asking questions, giving you feedback, giving you goodwill messages. Some of them are alumni, some of them are external professionals, but all the categories, they are all fantastic cybersecurity professionals. And the thing is, even some of them, I just informed them like yesterday. Okay, my link is not working. I don't know why. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, you should have gotten that before now. Okay, I think somebody is sorting them out already. Um, these are professionals that I really respect so much. Some of them I barely just, informed them last night, and they are here. Um, they may not be here for the entire presentation, but a couple of them will just zoom in and zoom out. Um, but they will be providing valuable advice and goodwill messages. Some of them were in your shoes like 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years ago. So so they understand the tension that some of you are currently feeling. They are not oblivious to that fact. Okay, so that is that. Uh, and I think we have one of our guests uh, professional around in person of Mr. Shegun Agbola. Thank you, sir, for your coming for this occasion.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and congratulations to the graduates. We are rooting for you. We're excited for you, and I'm sure there are great opportunities ahead of you. You are in the best hands with Coach, and I'm sure as we relate together, you will see the benefits of being in this family. Glad to be here.
Yeah, can you just maybe 1 minute introduce yourself, sir, so that they know who you are?
Okay, briefly, my name is Shegun Agbola. I'm also called Peter. Currently, my family and I we live in a beautiful city called Kitimat in British Columbia. I have been in the oil and gas industry for over 20 years, and cybersecurity actively, I would say, in the last about 5 years, but more aggressively in the last 3 years. I remember having being part of the cybersecurity accelerator program myself, and the lessons, the opportunities, and the training, the value that helped us to be able to transition effectively into OT cybersecurity. So basically, that's a little introduction of who I am, and I'm really happy for the opportunity to be part of your graduation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's also one of our alumni here. Very good one at that, and a member, a supportive member of the alumni community. So you are welcome. I think I saw Joy. Is that Joy Otabo? I saw Joy's iPhone. iPhone. Is that Joy Otabo? If you are, can you quickly introduce yourself? Because I also invite Joy as well. Joy is also one of our foundation member. Joy did CAP1. They are the first. They are the green guinea pig. That was when this program was not even this organized. Is that?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not too sure when I saw Joy's iPhone. Yeah, thank you so much, Joy, for being here. Joy is also very supportive member of the community. CAP1, like I said, these are the first set of people. Can you just introduce yourself for 1 minute?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Joy Otabo. Yes, as Coach already said, we're one of the first sets of this program. At that time, it wasn't even this well structured the way it is now. So we went through this program with no cybersecurity background or skills, but with the knowledge that I got from this program, I was able to transition into the industry. Currently, I work with one of the crown corporations here in Canada. Um, for like 3 years now. It's been a wonderful journey, and it's a continuous learning process because we know that the landscape of threats keep evolving every day. So I'm glad that you guys made this move to be part of this program, and I hope that at the end of your training, you're able to land a job like as you desire. I want to tell you that this program is well structured. It has yielded a lot of success. People have gone through this program and they ended up in their desired role with a good paying job as well. So all the best and thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joy. Thank you for yielding to this request to show up today at a very short time notice. Really appreciate it. Okay, so as other people come in, I will bring them up to introduce themselves, but we at least we have very strong alumni members that can get us started. Like I said, many of them might not stay too long. I just pull them out, out of the bliss. So, but they will just be jumping in and out. But don't worry, we won't be short of external guests, definitely. Okay, so yeah, today is the graduation. This is the 12th week. This is the module 12. I've been talking for the last 11 weeks, so it is your own time to also present to us. And the format will be okay, there will be introduction, which we are currently doing, overview of the program. Then we'll start doing the presentation of the capstone project, goodwill messages, remarks by some of the students. If you want to give remarks, yeah, that's welcome. And of course, I will end with a closing remark. Just to reiterate and to bring up to speed to how far you have gone. This is Cybersecurity Accelerator program, and I'm sure for some of you that attended last week module, which is module 11, you knew how you were able to see how this program was put together. This program was not put together just anyhow. A lot of thoughts, a lot of research, a lot of industry resources, were really gone through to be able to come up with this program basically. So um, and like I said, there are three programs. There are three components to this program. In case of anybody that is watching online, and let me give shout out to people that are currently watching us online. I think we have about 7 people now currently watching us on our YouTube channel. So you guys, you can post to your friends and family, and from people have been uh, tearing us up. Okay, so yeah, there are three components. The first one is the 12 weeks practical hands-on boot camp, which you are just concluding today. In the last 12 weeks, you've been doing the labs, whining, putting, getting your hands dirty. Then the second component is the try acme, which I also let you guys know. And the third one is the certifications, okay? And we've talked about that one all along. Before you start applying for jobs, make sure that you get at least two, and we really dwelt on that last week. So those are the three components. So this is not yeah, it's good that you made it this far. This is probably the most complex part of the component, the three components, and you have done a good job to have made it this far. So I'm sure for some of you, your level of IT knowledge is not the same when you started 3 months ago. If you really evaluate it very well, this program has stretched you. You've been introduced to so many things that you have not done on your computer before, right? Some of you even had to buy a new computer, just to be able to cope for this program. So well done. Good job to all of you. And again, this is just getting you started. There are still so many hurdles to cross along the journey. Like Joy put it, this is a field that is ever, you always want to catch up, okay? Because your adversaries, they are not sleeping. Like the Holy Scripture say, your adversary, the devil, is not sleeping. He's roaming around, day and night. The same thing as the cybersecurity professionals. Your adversaries are the threat actors. They are not sleeping. So you too, you can't just stay there and say you don't want to catch up with knowledge and everything that is required. Especially with the aid of AI, everything is even, is challenging right now. So you need to really be on your toes. This is not an industry that you get the knowledge, you get the certification, then you go and sleep. No, you need to be doing constant. personal development. Okay, and like I told you, I'm even myself, I don't I'm not sleeping every day. You have to keep on your toes. So yeah, so that is the program, and see everything you have done. So it's no joke. Please don't underrate your knowledge right now. You've done so many things. We've done networking, fundamentals. Okay, we've done Windows system administration. You built Active Directory from the scratch. You know, we've done GRC. Some people came with the hope of they only wanted to do GRC alone, but you know, we bombarded them with so many other topics. Many of them are even now even more comfortable with some of the technical stuff that we did, right? So you've done vulnerability management. We use industry tools for the vulnerability management. You are not, you are not alien to the tools that are being used in the industry. Of course, we've done EDR, XDR, NDR. We did a lot of practical around that, and even SIEM, security incident and event management system. You've done a lot around that, okay? And last week we did resume, LinkedIn optimization, and of course, another component of this program which you have access to is that as you start looking for job, if you have interview, call on us. We will always put you through, do an interview prep for you. That is part of the package. And of course, we don't throw our students up like that. I mean, there is ongoing career coaching support. And the last piece is the capstone project, which you guys will be presenting today. I understand you might not be able to cover all. If you don't cover all, not a problem. We are not grading. Okay, this is just to give you an experience of presenting technical information to technical professionals. Okay, because that is one of the things you will always have to do, even in your when you get into your cybersecurity job proper. So this is giving you that, that experience, that exposure, to be able to present something technical, where you occupy the space, put up the diagram, tell us technically speaking, what you are trying to achieve, and of course, people will evaluate it. Is a very important part of this program, and that's what we'll be doing today. So in essence, don't underrate what you have done, what you have learned. I tell you, majority of things that you have learned here, a lot of industry professionals don't even know part of it. Especially you see that I didn't just bring on tools to you guys. We built the tools from the scratch. Okay, it's not as if I just open up a tool and walking you around it. No, we built it from the scratch, and that's the essence, so that you know what happens at the back end. In fact, majority of what you even know now, when you start working, they will even be easier because the tools will have already been installed for you. You just need to walk through it, but it's a different experience when you also know what happens at the background. And that's why we took our time, to go through all this. So don't underrate it, don't underestimate it. You've done well. If going through all this course curriculum, you've really done well. Okay, so that's just a recap of everything that we have done in this program. So at this point, I've done the overview of the program. It's just the next thing is just the presentation of the capstone project. But before we start that presentation, let me see if we have any of our alumni that has also joined us while I'm talking, or any of the invited guests that has joined when I was talking. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I have anyone here. Okay, so yeah, so we just without wasting time, just go into the presentation. But before that, let me give just one of you guys, one of the graduating students. Let me give just one person, just to, how do you feel? Just to give a brief overview of your experience, in the program. There will still be opportunities for anybody that wants to talk. But before we start the capstone, so that we don't just start the technical stuff, let's hear from one of the students. So anyone, I didn't speak, I didn't check, I'm not, I didn't talk to anyone before now. So anyone, if you feel led, want to talk, say something about your experience on the program, I know the tension is real, but anyone wants to talk?
I can talk.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you for the platform.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say in I think it was like in October, November of last year, while I was thinking of how to pivot into this space, not necessarily cybersecurity, because I think in my head I was like, okay, maybe IT or something simple, something without any IT background, something I can pivot into. And then I had the talk with my mentor that introduced me to you, and I now spoke with you. And then I decided, okay, let me try cybersecurity. I'd say now it's April, about 4 months or thereabout after the program started, and I'm in a totally different space because it's an eye opener. Because people keep saying you can do it without IT experience. You even said it in the beginning, I remember that. But now learning what I've learned and what I will still learn is very doable. I would say my confidence rating has gone from probably zero, zero in December before we started to, I'd say maybe 60, 65 now. I'm sure with constant learning and research and all that, I will get there. And yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, you did a very good job because in the beginning I was like, hey, why are we? I was one of the people that only wanted GLC. I didn't want to do anything with um stock or OT. But right now, I see the reason and the purpose of going through all those technical trainings and stuff. It opens my mind more to see that I have other opportunities, not just in GRC, but in the cybersecurity space as a whole, right? So yeah, I'll say that's what I've learned, and you are a good teacher. Have you do that? Over the, the past weeks of the training, I've learned a lot. I watch the videos over and over again sometimes. And from what you said, I think it was last class or the one before, it's good to actually also study for these certifications because in my experience, even though I thought I was while just being in class only and learning about TriAcme as well, sorry, learning from TriAcme as well, um, actually studying for a certification opens my mind to other different things that I didn't probably go deeper into. Even though you mentioned some of them, I had to go deep into them to understand while I was studying for certification, which is the CC, because that's the basic one. And I passed by it, so which is the basic one. So he gives me like a new horizon to the overall experience in general. And like you said, I'm sure you put in that research into the training as a whole because I can see that when you go through everything at the end of the day, you'll be better off 100%. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. What a great summary. That was a great summary, and thanks for the compliment. Thanks for your kind talk as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you were able to relate to that. Um, so let's get into the meat of the program. So who is gonna bear the cats? I mean, I didn't. There is no order anyway. So once you are ready, you are ready. So who's gonna start up? Who wants to go
I can
first?
start.
Okay,
I can start.
go ahead, share your screen and have the floor.
Okay. Um,
I think you have sent a request.
Yes, I will approve it. Yeah, go ahead.
Sharing my screen. Can we see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your location. And so I've titled this capstone project as design and implementation of a secure enterprise network architecture with Active Directory, vulnerability management, and SIEM integration. And these are the things we'll be looking at: the architecture design, notes explaining the diagram, the recommended cybersecurity framework application, how the application is applied to the architecture, then the cybersecurity policies for network users, as well as a screenshot of some of the work that was done here in SIM. Yeah. So this is what the architecture diagram looks like. We have the internet, the firewall, the switch, the domain controller, then the vulnerability management to this next Nexus, Wazoo, then this is Quali. Then I have the two PC that is connected to the SIM and the other. So I can, for the firewall is, what the firewall is doing here is to filter out traffic between network based on predetermined rules, so that it's able to block or allow unauthorized access, while this switch is used to forward traffic between devices, such as the two PCs using their MAC addresses and ensuring that the internal segregation and access control is intact. So I have the notes here, which tries to explain what I tried to do in the design. The one is the identity and access. The domain controller centrally manages the authentication, the DNS, organization units, the account users, and also access to shared folders. As we go along, you will see the where I created the two organization units, which is the sales and the engineering group. They are both separated logically and have group-based permission to reduce unauthorized access, such that the users in the sales department are not able to access the folders or documents that belongs to the engineering department, because obviously there are two different departments. They have no business going to those folders. Then the domain I created also to join this client to just to standardize login, policy enforcement, and also to for the account lifecycle management. In case anybody leaves, I'm able to deactivate the account, to revoke the password of such user. Then I have the vulnerability management tool, which is the Nexus. What does that? The Nexus help perform local network scanning of servers and the client PCs to identify where we have missing patches, where the system is exposed, or maybe there's even configuration weakness. In addition to that, the which is also a cloud-based asset, it helps to manage all the assets, help us create alerts, and every time there's any and maybe we have a threat actor trying to access our system, the quality is able to pick that up and signal that, and the right officer to work on that is alerted. So both tools improve coverage and support validation of remediation efforts. Then we have the monitoring and detection. This is the one I love the most, which is the one. So it collects endpoints logs. Here, log is just records of events within the network that um, yeah, records of events, activities within the network. So we use that to monitor, troubleshoot, and also carry out forensic investigation if anything goes wrong. So we know which system is having the issue. And the two client PCs should report events such as logging, system changes, and security alerts. The SIM is able to pick that up. By combining logs with vulnerability findings, strengthens detection and incident response readiness. So with the cybersecurity framework 2.0, it makes these are the recommended the core function. I tried to use the core function to do this. So I adopted the mixed cybersecurity framework 2.0 as the guiding model for improving the current architecture. Because it is very practical for small and medium enterprise environments and easy to map to technology already deployed in the capstone. It supports continuous improvement rather than just a one-time compliance. Why does this fit this particular network? One, the governing function. It supports policies, accountability, and risk ownership. As you know, governing is one of the core functions of the framework, in fact, the number one. Then we have the identify and protect. This map well with the Active Directory structure and the least privilege provided in the folder access. Then we have the detect, respond, and recovery, which align naturally with the Nexus, Qualys, and Wazoo output. So these are the expected benefits: clearer rules, stronger access control, and better asset visibility. Because on the Wazoo platform, you can easily see the assets that are connected to the Wazoo platform. You are able to see all the assets. You're able to track them. You know all the assets that are there. So it helps us to better see all of these assets. Then we have faster remediation of vulnerability and better prioritization of security work. Because when you know what the issues are, where the problem is, you are able to fix them promptly. Then it improves readiness for incidents, audits, and future business growth. If IT auditors are able to track, they are able to audit the network, the processes, and all of that using logs from this framework. Then, how am I able to apply this to the architecture? One, under the government and identify, what I did was to maintain inventory of server, clients, users account, and shared resources. Document system owners, acceptable use, and risk treatment decision. For the protect, I recommended strong password, role-based access, and least privilege. If you don't have business like this guy from the users in the sales department have no business opening engineering design templates. So also the users in the engineering department have no business going through the sales script because it's out of their scope of work, you know. So they are only granted the privilege access to a folder that is important for their work. we apply security baseline and group policy to domain join client because the two pieces, the organization units, they are joined together with the domain because the domain controller manages all the access, the authentication, so that third party or outsider is not able to penetrate it's like a server that responds to just security authentication requests within the window domain. Yeah, so where was I? So detect, so under detect, so we have the nexus which and quality finding on review finding on nexus and quality. That is after scanning the systems, the network, and there's a recurring schedule of scans so that it's able to pick on every vulnerability that is detected within the system. Then Wazoo alerts on suspicious identified logons, malware, and policy violation. We're able to track logon, as you will see in one of the pictures I will show at the end of the slide. It will track the logon attempts and maybe administrative changes. Then we have the respond and recover. So under here, we create incident handling step for compromised computer or vulnerable system. So do we want to isolate that particular system? Maybe the system has been hacked and we want to quickly isolate that so that it does not affect the entire system on the devices on the network. Then I also, which I've explained this. Then we back up key configuration recovery. If for any reason compromise and we want to do some remediation work, we want to make sure that we don't totally use the entire information on that particular system. Maybe we have backup somewhere, and those backup we want to ensure that at any point in time when we need to restore to the position it was before the system was corrupted, we are able to do that. So then these are the policies for network users. One, the password authentication policy. Here, I recommend that the user use a minimum of 12 character password must not share those credentials with other users. Then ensure administrative accounts should be separate from normal user account. There's one administrator in each of the organization units. And this account is protected by multi-factor authentication where possible. And then account showing repeated failed logon should be reviewed for misuse. So the second one, acceptable use policy. The company system are for authorized business use only. It should not be used for personal use, maybe playing game, downloading on unauthorized software, or just watching movies on it and all of that. You don't use it to open suspicious email or log on to website that can easily compromise the security of the system. Then the third one is the access control and data handling policy. Users may access only the folders and resource approved for their department, or the sales data and the engineering data must remain in their assigned folders. So if I see someone going from the engineering department or maybe from the sales department trying to check the engineering design folder, that will call for some form of investigation. What are you looking for? What is your purpose? Why are you trying to access this folder? So sensitive folder must not be copied to personal device or public platform because you have no control over that. We are not sure how your security, the level of the security that you have copy sensitive company folder or files onto your personal PC or the public cloud. So we also have patch and vulnerability regulation policy. All servers and clients must be scanned. When I say client, I mean the client PC must be scanned regularly using approved vulnerability management tool like the Nexus. Critical vulnerability should be addressed first based on business risks and explainability. We want to be sure that it is not just false positive. So we scan all the assets regularly so that we can confirm that our remediation was successful. Number 5, we have the logging and incident reporting policy. Security logs from the servers that I mentioned above and the client PC must remain enabled and forwarded to the same where configured.
Time check.
Okay. Yeah. So what are the enforcement? Use Active Directory and group policy to ensure standard. Use Quali, Nexus, and Wazoo to monitor compliance, review policy violation during routine exercise. So this is where I was configuring my Active Directory, then promoting the server to become the main controller. Then this is when I was creating the organization unit, the sales and the engineering user. So this is just showing you, demonstrating the users I have in each of the organization units where I granted them access to their folders, then displaying who has access. For the sales guy, they do not have access to the engineering design because it's outside of their scope. The same thing applies to the engineering users. Then this is the Nexus scanning. At this point, it was scanning, detected 14 posts on my network. Then Wazoo showing the two PC connected to it, they are both active, and detecting login failure in one of the PC, the second PC showing for authentication failure. And lastly, I added this to deter threat actors from going further by displaying this message once you open your PC, displays this PC is only for authorized users. Keep up if you are a threat actor. Thank you.
Nice work, Ayodeji. Good job. Good presentation, capturing the point, and good presentation skill. Congratulations, that's really awesome. I will pass it to Mr. Shegun to handle the feedback. And after Mr. Shegun, then Joyce will also go ahead and give feedback. So you have the floor, Sir Hama.
Very, very excellent, Mr. Ayodeji Onipo. That was a very, very good presentation. I love your PowerPoint slides, and I love the way you spoke to all the things that you have done. You have very good presentation skills. Please keep that up. That's one of the essential skills that you need, transferable skills as a cybersecurity professional. And I also love the fact that you were able to show us some screenshots of some of the activities that you have done. I would recommend that opportunities for improvement, if you can inculcate those like the actual screenshots into the particular part of the presentation, the section where you actually did it, so that you're not showing us after, so that it kind of flows together. better. That would be a suggested improvement. Another thing is if you look at your network diagram when you started the architecture itself, just because of time and because we still have a lot of people that want to present, when you analyze that architecture, I think I want to encourage you to go back to that architecture and identify what are the vulnerabilities in that architecture. Are there parts of your network that are talking directly to the cloud or talking without any DMZ that is isolating that traffic or controlling that traffic? So just a food for thought for you to review that architecture from a security standpoint and look for improvement opportunities. But other than that, very excellent presentation. I think you did better than some of us when we started. So this is awesome. Well done, sir.
Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, for me, I would say you did great. For you have not been in the industry, so you're just a student graduating today, and you have all this knowledge. And I want to say you have the technology to kind of express what you're talking about. Being in the industry, what you presented is really practical. It's how things are set up. Like Peter said, just maybe few improvement here and there because we want your infrastructure to be well protected. We don't want anything to be exposed to the internet. So that's how breaches come in. So, but you've emphasizing on governance was a very strong point. Governance is the backdrop of every organization because if things are not controlled, then people can do whatever they want. So setting that governance people to have an oversight over everything in the organization is a must-have. Having those policies in place, the ADP, you stress on that. That's one of the strongest policy every organization should have. And you also talk about segmentation. Every department was segmented, where everybody have their own access. You can just unless you're authorized, you can go access another person's document or file. And you also put emphasis on sensitive data. So data is the backbone of every organization. So having those classified data well protected based on their value is very important. So I applaud you. You did a good job from GRC perspective, and you did great. So like I said, it's a continuous improvement. Everybody don't know it all, so you just keep. But from what you already have, you have a strong foundation. So all you need to do is just keep building on it, and then don't just I know when you were introducing your I think it was you that introduction that said wanted to focus on GRC. Don't focus on GRC, just have that open mindset because I am a GRC analyst, but I see that every day I work with every other thing in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is huge, right? So you have to understand the networking, you have to understand cloud security, you have to understand everything, like to help you function well in your role. So it's I want to tell everybody here, just have an open mind. Wherever position you land yourself, then you try with that aspect. But while you're doing this program, just open your mind and to any part of cybersecurity. Recently my department was merged with cyber engineering, and that is the more technical part of cybersecurity. So I saw that there is a need for for you to be also technical while you are a GRC analyst. People will just think, okay, it's the easiest part of cybersecurity. I'll just do the documentation, do the policy, do risk assessment. But it's more than that. If you don't even understand how these things are set up. So even though your risk assessment becomes a challenge. So I want to say you did a good job and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the again.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback, guys. And now I mean, you're not hearing it from it again. I mean, you're hearing from people from the industry, the stance about GRC, you know. So, yeah, thank you for that feedback. Abayomi, good job.
Ivan is here.
Iman
Ivan
still
is here.
okay. Iman okay. I want to preserve Iman before, but Iman, go ahead. Okay, just before he talks, Iman is also a very supportive member of the community. He has even joined some of your classes, you know, at times. So, Iman too. Anytime we call on him, he's always available. So, you are welcome, Iman. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Just to add to what Peter and Joy said, I want to emphasize on that architecture. One of the things in the industry is optics are very crucial. I'm not sure what tools you use to draw that architecture and just how it's said it's structured. The Before we even move into how solid it is, the protection, just the presentation of that architecture. Like Peter said, I would highly recommend you go back to see, okay, what are the standard tools used to draw architecture? What do a standard architecture look like? For example, if Nozomi or Dragos are presenting something around a paper or a documentation for an upgrade, maybe let's say security architecture, what does it look like? Right? Then you begin to look at that, and you will see a pattern all across the industry. Because personally, the way the arrows were structured, the way it looked, it looks very like low effort, if you ask me. So you want to give a lot of attention to that. But overall, the presentation was very excellent. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for that. So good job, Ayodeji, and take your flowers. You did very well, and congratulations.
Thank
Um,
you.
I'm going to choose the next person that will present, and that will be Yinka Igbulefu. Why? Because people are waiting for her on YouTube. You know, she invited some of her family members, and they are already cheering her up. So let's give her that chance to be the next person to present. So Yinka, over to you. Don't worry, we'll support you. You can share your screen. You are muted if you are talking. Okay, maybe she's still preparing. While she's getting ready, who else wants to go ahead?
Can I go, sir?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Temitope Adebara. Share your screen and have the floor. So Yinka, you can get started. You can get ready. You will be the next. So as not to keep your people waiting on YouTube.
Yes, sir. So,
Yes, we can hear you.
hello, sir.
We can hear you. We can see your screen. Go ahead.
Okay. Uh, Good day, everyone, and all the existing protocols are duly observed. My name is Temitope Adibara, and I will be presenting my cybersecurity accelerator program capstone projects. The aim of the project
is to develop and create a full-fledged enterprise network and security solutions. And to achieve this, the objectives include deploying a domain controller with Active Directory services, creating sales and engineering organization units with 2 users each. Also, to connect at least 2 client computers to the domain controller, to create folders with organization units, assigning specific permissions and control. And also, the objectives include deploying vulnerability management servers and to connect client computers to them. And also setting up a SIEM solution to enable centralized log collection and real-time monitoring, and as well to design an architectural diagram of the network. These slides we are looking at outlines specific toolkits I've selected to implement and secure this enterprise environment. My goal is to create a defense in-depth architecture where I have visibility into vulnerability, threats, and the overall network architecture. Specifically for vulnerability management, I employed uh, a dual tool strategy. I used Nexus and Qualys, which were utilized, and this provides opportunity for cross validation of results. And also, I deploy Wazoo as my SIEM tool, which is a security information and event management tool. By ingesting logs from all my clients and servers, I can detect anomaly, malicious events and activities, such as unauthorized access attempts or changes to file integrity. To prepare my architectural design of the network, I use Lucid Chat. Lucid Chat is a cloud programming diagram to create the architecture. It's an alternative to Microsoft PC. This is my enterprise network architecture, security architecture. And the diagram which I designed in this chart shows logical and physical layout of my enterprise network. And you can see the architecture follows a zero trust approach. In sense that I segment my network into VLANs to ensure easy management and ensure enhanced security for the network. On the left, you can see on the left of the slide, it is the IT management VLAN, which holds the domain controller for identity and policy management, along with security tools such as Wazoo and Nexus for vulnerability scanning. I have 2 departments which are isolated into different VLANs. Like I said, to allow for controlled management and through firewall rules and prevent unauthorized access to departmental files and resources. On the right, I have my Fortinet firewall, which acts as the gateway, the wall, the perimeter gateway. It kind of secures my network and protects it from the external network, the internet, and uh, ensure safety connectivity to the internet. You can also see that my management VLAN is connected to the Fortinet. This is my management VLAN. And it's important to stress that my management VLAN is well
do all the controls. When I used to log in into the firewall to set my rules and do some security configurations. To achieve the project objectives, the first step which I took was setting up the core IT identity infrastructure. This slide demonstrates the deployment of the domain controller using the Active Directory services. It is important for me to mention that the server was configured with a static IP address to ensure consistent communication with the network with the other client devices on the network. So to prevent reoccurring configuration of the IP address for the domain controller. As shown in the slide, you can see the administrative tools which confirm to the right side of the slide. This administrative tools confirm that the server is functioning as a domain controller, and this enables centralized identity control, authentication, and authorization across all the network, all my network, my VLANs, giving me a full administrative oversight of the entire network. Once I set up after I've set up the Active Directory and domain controller has been configured, the client systems were connected with the domain controller. You can see this slide shows that I've successfully integrated my Windows client into the enterprise domain. I joined this Windows client to the domain to enable centralized authentication and authorization of users, of computers, of resources of the network. A critical step I took before the joining was to configure both clients. I have two clients here, for instance. These two clients you can see on my slide. I configured both of them to use the domain controller IP address as their primary DNS server, domain naming system server. This to ensure that these clients could resolve the domain name and locate the domain controller of the network. And as shown in this slide, you can see the login screens now display the domain user account. You can see Richard King and James Colby. This confirms that these clients are no longer in the local account. They don't rely on local account, but can now communicate directly with the domain controller for credential verification and sharing of resources. And also by bringing this machine into the domain, I can enable the support for group policy enforcement. I can use the group policy object to set some parameters like the password requirements and others. And to enable communication between the client system and the domain controller, the network connectivity has to be properly configured across VLANs. The domain controller is located in the IT VLAN, while the client systems are in separate VLANs, such as sales, the sales VLAN. To allow communication between the domain controller and the VLANs which are created, firewall rules were configured to permit traffic from the client VLAN to the IT VLANs. And after I applied these rules, after I set and applied these rules, connectivity was verified successfully. Pinging the domain controller, you can see I was able to ping the domain controller by using ping. I made my domain TCPCyber.local, so I was able to ping it. You can see it on the right side of the slide, ping TCPCyber.local, and I was able to resolve and connect to the domain controller. You can see after I establish the connectivity with the domain controller, it says an engineering organizational unit created. I created these two OUs, and I created user as well with different organizational units.
And by organizing the directory this way, I have enabled a role-based access control, which will allow group policy object to be applied at each departmental unit. Instead of applying the policy to the organization, I can actually use specific group policy object to individual organizational units. For instance, I can deploy specific engineering software packages to the engineering OJ for their use. And after creating the user groups, the organizational units, and the users, I also, the next step for me is to control access to shared resources. You can see this slide shows the implementation of folder permissions. I created two separate folders on the domain controller, one for sales and one for engineering. Access was restricted based on OU membership because I don't want lateral access to folders. I created folders for different organizational units. For instance, the folder which I created for the engineering OU, I don't want the users in the sales OU to have access to them. So I was able to apply permissions, and this enforces the principle of least privilege. Least privilege, as users only have access to what they are authorized. Now, I only want to give the user access to what they need to perform their job, minimum access they require to perform their job. So you can see, I've assigned full control for those in engineering to their folder and again for this instance. And here, you can see that the permission and the access control perform actually work. This slide demonstrates how access control is enforced using folder permission tied to the organization. On the left, you can see a user is attempting to access a folder. They are not authorized to view or to read, to access. In this case, a said user is trying to access restricted content. The system immediately denies access, confirming that permissions are working as intended. This is also applicable to the engineering folder, which a sales user is trying to access, and the access was denied. This prevents unauthorized horizontal lateral movement within the network and ensures that data remains protected. And I was able to achieve the core principles of cybersecurity, which are authorization, integrity of the files, among others. The focus now shifts to my identified vulnerability. After achieving authorization, integrity, and the focus now shifts to identifying vulnerabilities. This slide presents the result of the vulnerability assessment, which I conducted using Nexus. Based on the scan, you can see to my left hand side of the slide, a total of 15 hosts were discovered with 68 vulnerabilities identified across the network. And you can see that these findings are categorized using the CVSS scores, which indicate the severity level of each vulnerability. The vulnerability ranges from low to medium and high. Although no critical vulnerability was discovered in this scan. These findings highlight potential risks and areas that require attention. If you can look to the top left dashboard, which shows a summary of identified vulnerabilities, which are ranked by their severity. This overview helps me to prioritize remediation efforts based on their risk level. In the bottom left section, a specific host is analyzed in detail. The host with an IP address of 192.168.4.42 shows one medium severity vulnerability, which is IP forwarding being enabled. And the implication of this is that the such an endpoint can now act as a router. It can act as a router which will now route traffic between networks, which can potentially expose the network environment to lateral movement by attackers. And the remediation for that is to disable the IP forwarding. And in addition to quality findings, in addition to Nexus findings, I also have the vulnerability scan results using Qualys. This slide presents the result of the vulnerability scan I performed using Qualys. From the report,
Time check.
I identify
Okay,
I identify an host and I discovered that on that particular host, the port 80, web service was running on the port 80 instead of the port 443. So which can be exposed to man-in-the-middle attack. And to mitigate this risk, I will enforce HTTPS to encrypt authentication. This is my Wazoo dashboard. Wazoo is a SIM 2. And you can see I've shown the dashboard. 2 hosts are successfully integrated to the Wazoo server. And during monitoring, you can see the alerts. I spotted an alert. I received an alert whereby there were repeated failed logins, several of them. Initially, I thought it was a false positive, but by triaging further, it was only a mistake from unauthorized users who forgot his password. So, in the view of all this, I'm also proposing a framework which is NIST 2.0, and to strengthen the security of the architecture, I'll be adopting the new cybersecurity framework 2.0, which is built around 6 core functions, as shown in this slide. Starting with the govern, I established this by cover security policies and ensuring administrative oversight across the environment. And also with respect to the identify function, I achieve full feasibility of assets by mapping the network in VCO and conducting vulnerability scans using various security solutions. In times of protect, I implement security controls using Active Directory, group policy, and access control mechanism. For detect, I enabled real-time monitoring through centralized logging and alert using Wazoo. In regards to response, I demonstrate incident handling by triaging and investigating alerts, such as failed login attempts observed in the system. Finally, for recover, I ensure resilience by performing remediation and scanning, moving the system from a vulnerability state to a less secure state. And to further strengthen the network, I developed several cybersecurity policies. First, I group this into 3 broad areas, key areas, which are identity and configuration. The first is identity and configuration. I implemented an IAM policy using Active Directory organization unit to control user access. And also, second, detection and vulnerability management. A log management policy will ensure all endpoint activities are collected and monitored through Wazoo. In addition, vulnerability management policy will also require Nexus scans to identify and remediate security risk. Finally, which is very important because the human is the most weakest part of the network, is user and compliance. Policies such as acceptable use and cybersecurity awareness will guide user behavior and promote best practices to ensure that users act as first line of defense. and help mitigating social engineering attack like phishing, can be email phishing, smishing, and what have you. The key takeaway for me from this project, the lesson learned from this project, I've learned that a truly secure environment requires more than just installation. It requires a balance of visibility, control, and strict governance. You cannot protect what you don't know and what you cannot see. A true security begins with visibility and is strengthened through the layered and defense in-depth approach. But even the best technology is only as strong as governance behind it. Lastly, I would say that without clear policies, security has no direction. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adebara Temitope. That was a well-crafted presentation. I would not say anything yet. I would like the board members to go ahead and make their feedback.
Some presentation, Mr. Debara. Well done. Thank you very much for that. I think you did justice to the terms. That was really, really outstanding. Question. What's your background?
Yes, thank you, sir, for the compliment. I have background in urban and regional planning.
You are not, like, it's not like you studied IT or anything.
Well, I also have a diploma in cybersecurity, and I'm just completing that. And one of the reasons why I'm here is actually I discussed with the coach that is to have that practical experience and to have that practical grip.
Awesome,
Thank
awesome.
you.
I mean, I'm super impressed with your technical terms and your overall understanding. Thank you very much for that. You are going to go very far. Just a couple of thoughts, and I guess it's just because of the scope, because of time. Number one would be, what are the improvement opportunities in your firewall policies? And the second one would be, what would be the improvement opportunities in your overall network architecture? So if you what do you see if you look at your firewall policies? What could be one improvement that you would add in a live production environment that you did not implement in this particular project?
Oh, thank you, sir. As of now, if I'm to look at my network architecture, one area I would like to improve is just like you said earlier, which I'm also thinking along, is the DMC, the militarized zone, because there are some resources and some services that the customers of this organization want to access, and we don't want them to get into the enterprise environment. So I want to put such services into the demilitarized zone so that they will not have access to the network environment. And
Let me point you in the right direction. What are your single points of failure
okay,
in your architecture?
yeah, one I can talk about now is I have just one domain controller, which holds the Active Directory services. And
You also have only one firewall, right?
firewall, yes.
So what happens if your firewall goes down?
Then
So
the network is
basically,
exposed.
I'm not saying your architecture is wrong, Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I just want to say improvement opportunities would be in a live production environment. You always want to build redundancy so that instead of one, you have at least two.
Two. Okay, sir.
Yeah. And then in terms of firewall policies, if you were in a live production environment, what would be one improvement that you would implement on your firewall policy? If you look at your firewall rule, you did not specify the service. You said you specified the source and the destination, but you said any service could run, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you need to specify which particular service or which particular port is allowed, not any traffic going through those endpoints. Yeah.
Okay.
But well done and thank you. Well done, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Joy or Iman, do you have you want to give feedback?
He did great. Like Peter said, I can understand why he wanted to know his background. Like he spoke like someone that's already in the industry. He has a strong hold of the terminology to drive home his point. It was a great presentation. Like Peter already pointed out from his architectural diagram, and those areas that need to be improved on, because you want your infrastructure, your enterprise to be well protected, and having every traffic passing through is a no, and you have to whitelist and blacklist what you don't need. And so yeah, those are little things you need to watch out for when you designing. Otherwise, I think you captured everything that every good practice or best practices um, industry implements today. And you talked about the concept of zero trust, which is what everyone is adopting today. And trust nothing and verify everything, even if it's within your internal network. And so that's a good one point that you were buttressed. And governance too is like I said, is a strong pillar. Like you said, you cannot protect what you don't know, and knowing having all the full inventory of your assets and knowing where they are, it's you're able to protect them. So that's great. Any organization without a good governance, I don't think they'll go far. And so I think overall you touched every point, and I'll see you going far, like many your interviews, because you already know the right word to use, when to use it, how to use it. And good job.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Iman, any comment? While the presentation was going on, we also have one of our alumni that joined us, a cybersecurity professional as well, in the name of Mr. Kayode Awe. Welcome to our midst. We appreciate your presence, and you also form part of the board panel. In case you want to give a feedback, I'm not sure when you joined while Temitope was presenting.
Yeah, thank you, Coach. Well done to all the presentation. I think I met the one before this, actually towards the end. And
okay.
Like everyone has said, last presenter demonstrated a lot of knowledge, of course, in terms of the terms being used, right? But the only thing that will advise is maybe in case maybe you are having an interview very soon, just to a bit take it easy, as in don't overuse some of the terms, right? just stick
Okay, sir.
within the frame of the question.
Okay, sir.
So some interviewer can be tricky.
Okay, sir.
Once they know that, okay, you are moving to another topic, it's good to impress them with those vocabularies. But
Okay.
if you know that, okay, you are not really in depth in one particular area, for example, zero trust, better
Okay.
to play safe. You can just mention it, but you get what I mean.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I do.
And I'm sure coach must have mentioned it during the, especially maybe from the at the
Yes,
beginning
sir.
of the program for everyone.
Very well. Very well, sir.
And not another point now about what to do after completing the program. You know, it's just an eye opener. There are a lot to be learned. So just make sure that every day you are learning something. In fact, give yourself not like 3 months and come back to this presentation. I'm sure
Okay,
you
sir.
see a lot of things you could have done better. Just like Peter mentioned in one of the questions he asked you.
Okay, sir.
So that continuous learning is not enough that, okay, I've completed the program, then I can be relaxed and be expecting that everything will fall in place. Take all those learning very seriously, like all the recommended certifications, free one, the one you have to pay for, right? So that would just be my bid for now.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well done and good job.
Thank you for the encouragement and the suggestions. I do appreciate.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kayode. Yeah, Temitope, yeah, good job. Yeah, Temitope, yes, good job. And let me just point it out. One of the things that also helped Temitope was because he was very active on TryAcme as well. So he was able to draw up a lot of those cybersecurity terminologies, you know. I think that was why he was just giving it to us back to back, all the vocabularies, you know. Good job, good job. I'm quite impressed with your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Like
Thank you for everything, sir.
like Mr. K said, I mean, by the time you start attending interviews, when we start doing interview prep, and this is a general comment for everybody, the one rule of thumb in interview is no ask, no tell. There is what we call no ask, no tell. Anything they don't ask you, you don't need to tell it.
Okay, sir.
Keep it short.
Okay.
Because from your response, they will take you to another level. You know, from your except you really, as in, you are sure that you are really more knowledgeable than all of them.
Mhm.
You
Okay.
know, but interview, because anyway, I don't want to flog that one. That is not only for you. This is just a general comment.
Okay.
But there is one principle we call no ask, no tell. So keep that in mind.
Okay, sir.
Uh,
Thank you, sir.
okay, so yeah, thank you, Temitope. Congratulations, you did so well. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
I don't know whether Yinka is ready. After Yinka, we'll go to Jane. Jane is in Nigeria, getting late. He's also going for a night walk. Um, Yinka, are you ready? Um, if Yinka is
Yes, I can present.
yes, please present. And just while you are getting to present, you can share your screen. Let me just put this out there. For every other person, I know the tension is high right now. Guys, no issues. Just present whatever you have. You don't need to, don't be intimidated, okay? Don't be intimidated by any means. We are all here. This is a community. We are all here to support you. Present whatever you have. It doesn't have to be too lengthy if you don't have much. I just need you to be able to, present in, make a technical presentation where board members also give you a feedback. that experience is necessary in your career. That's the essence, okay? We are not looking for the best presenter, please. So yeah, go ahead, Yinka. Have the floor.
Hello everyone. My name is Yinka Igbolefu. I'm here to present my cybersecurity capstone project. I'm not sure if you can hear me well
I can hear you well.
and see
And we
my
can also
screen.
see your screen as well.
Okay, very good. So my presentation may not be that great, but this is the little I'm able to gather due to other circumstances beyond my control. So this is my presentation. Yeah. So we start with the first task that has to do with creating a domain controller, then connecting two clients to the domain controller, creating two organization units, and also creating users and giving them permission on the domain controller, and granting them permission, creating folders so that each users on the folder each users does not have access to the folders that does not belong to them. So in this task, some of the tools that were employed or that were used was VMware, which is a virtual machine installation, and a host of some other software that were installed. PuTTY, Windows 11, Fortinet, and a whole lot of tools, softwares were installed. This is the virtual VMware screen. This is PuTTY. This is the EVNG that was used for the network topology. And this is the network topology screen. This screen contains screenshots of the Fortinet gates, which is the firewall, which was connected to the internet. I have the switch, I have the computers connected. I have the VLAN. I configured VLAN for the computers connected to the switches. And I have my Windows server here, though I didn't create the Nexus and other servers that we're using this presentation, but this is the little I'm able to gather from here. So on working on the domain controller, this is the screen. Okay, I'll go back a little bit from the Windows server. After doing all necessary configuration on the switch, on the Fortinet, and then I was able to launch the Windows server. I'm connecting to the Windows server, so I'm able to have this screen, and that enables me to do all necessary installation on the Windows server. All those administrative tools were installed, and the prerequisite was done for the domain controller. And when that is eventually done and the system was restarted, so you have this screen, and then you have I have the my domain, which is TCPCyber.local domain connected to the domains to the domain controller. And when the system eventually restarted, or when the installation is completed, I have this screen. Not that big. I'm going to increase my font a little bit. Okay, so then we have this screen with the TCP Cyber domain. This is the domain, and it is on this domain that the users will be created, which will be displayed on the next screen. Okay, actually, this is the page where you have the domain controller login screen that you have to sign in as an administrator. And then from there, the domain controller is completed. So this is the screen where I created the 2 organization units, sales and engineering. And from there, I created users. I created 2 users. And from there, I created 2 users each from the OU created. I created groups and put those users that were already created. And after doing that, I created several folders on the domain controller. I assigned users, I assigned permissions, and such that each person from the group is not able to access another group. For example, somebody in the sales unit is not able to access a folder that does not belong to them. So all those things were tested as well. So then going to the second task. This is the second task. This task has to do with creating vulnerabilities, server vulnerability management with Nessus, and use it to scan computers on the network. And Nessus and Qualys are the vulnerability tools used for this task. On this page is where we have the Nessus installed. Though towards the end, I ran into an issue, but then I was able to find a way around it. And after installing Nessus, the IP address that was generated on the Nessus installation, I'm meant to use it to connect to Tenable Nessus Pro. So because I could not complete that one, I was able to download and install a Tenable Nessus Professional Trial version, and I am able to log in. I created a test scan of my computer that is connected to my network. So the IP address of the computer on my network, I took like here an IP address range, and then I did a test scan of that IP address range, which is showing on this screen. And then I was able to get these results from Nessus. So from this screen, the computer on my network was able to generate 23 vulnerabilities at one point. And these are the various IP addresses that were scanned on my network. And the vulnerabilities was also graded, maybe it's high, it's critical, or it's medium. So that is that on that particular task. And then okay, so this screen is just showing me, it's just showing my Qualys VM that was, created. And then, okay, so talking about Qualys tool that was used, these are some of the results that were generated using Qualys. When I tried to scan the IP address, these are the This is the short screenshot generated from the scan, how the connection was done. These are the proof how the processes that was involved in doing all of that, how the Qualys will eventually be connected to the cloud. And my last proof, my last vulnerability that was created for that computer was this one, which generated 52 vulnerabilities on my network. This is it. It's also categorized the level of the vulnerability, maybe it's medium, or it's fair, or it's critical. So this is the vulnerability generated from the final result, which is 52 vulnerabilities. And then the last lab was on Wazoo. Wazoo was installed on the VM and was the IP address that was generated from the Wazoo installation. I use it to connect online, and then I have this screen. And then from there, I was able to deploy 2 computers on my network that was connected to. I deployed 2 computers to the Wazoo and I ran some scripts in order to be able to see what is going on those 2 computers. And then I was able to generate some logs using the tools. These are some of the logs that were generated on the computers on my network. These are some of the logs that were collected. So the logs keep on going. It shows those who it shows the connections on the PCs. It further shows all those activities that were done on each of the computers. A file was deleted on one of my PC that was connected. All this information were captured on the log. All the activities that were done on my PC were all captured on the scene log. And then finally, okay, so this is I'm gonna reduce it. So this is the screen that is showing the file deletion, or some of the logs that were connected. It showed at one point that on one of my computer they were connected to SYN, that files were deleted, users logging incorrectly. All this information were gathered on the tool. And then talking about the policies, recommended policies for users on this network, I recommended that users should regularly reboot their system. Like a policy should be in place such that when a user did not restart his computer for an extended period of time, a policy should be created to force user to restart or reboot the system so as to get all necessary updates. And secondly, there should be a policy for users that can scan all external emails. All external emails should be reported as a spam in order to prevent attack on the system and on the network. And then lastly, a password policy should also be created for these users on this network, such as forcing them, or such that they will have to change their password every 90 days, following all necessary password policy tools, password policy requirements. These are some of the policies that I put in place. And then lastly, I recommended NIST framework because this is just a small network. So this framework will be good for this kind of network. And thank you. This is the little that I have.
No, excellent. And this is not little. It's not little at all. Good presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well presented. Anyway, don't let me talk first. Let me allow the board members to talk. And since we have, I will allow Joy to give her feedback first, woman to woman. So please, over to you.
Yeah, good job. I remember my name is Yinka. Yeah, you did great, and there is always a room for improvement. But for putting your time to capture every requirement of the project, that was a success. And you kind of touched everything that was required for you to complete that project. my recommendation would be for you to kind of take time to understand or try to have more vocabulary to express yourself when presenting next time, or when it's time for interview, and you just have to be more maybe grounded in it, and having those vocabulary flow more fluently will be to your advantage. Otherwise, the confidence was there, and you knew what the assignment was, and good job. And like you said, it's a continuous learning process, and you don't have to be perfect today. And I don't think I did this better when when I was in your shoes. But with continuous learning and development, and you get better every day.
Thank you.
So over to our fellow other board members. Let's have one or two additional comments. Except you're asking her to take a bow.
This is Shegun. Yinka, you did great. I'm sure you put in a lot of work into this, and I just want to celebrate you and to tell you that the future. Keep up the good work. Someone asked me last week or some days ago, because I was like, I'm doing some trainings, I don't have time and all that. And the person said, for how long? I said, for the rest of my life. That is what being in the cybersecurity field means. You are committed to lifelong learning. So well done and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Any other feedback? Mr. K, hi man.
Yeah. So, I mean, just to congratulate once again, like everyone has done. That okay, everybody started on different level of experience, and you have clearly demonstrated that you are ready to give it your shots in terms of learning. So, like I said the other time, this one is just okay. Let's see what you have done, which you have tried your best. So the what comes after that is more important, right? In terms of okay, having to be back and okay, see how you can improve, how you can continue learning. Like Peter just said, everybody, even me and Peter are working on in the same department right now, and it's everyday learning, right? So doesn't matter the level you started from, you can just have that try for knowledge to surely pay off. That's all the bits I would like to add. Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's probably all the comment that we have. I mean, from me to you, you did great. I mean, she was even feeling maybe she didn't prepare, but this is you were able to put stuff together, and that is the experience I want you guys to have. So you did very great. Congratulations to have made it this far. Don't underrate your knowledge, please. Like I said earlier in the beginning, don't underrate your knowledge. So congratulations, Yinka, and wishing you best of luck. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Jane, are you ready? After Jane, we'll have Somto. Jane, where are you? She's still there.
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, share your screen
Oh, it's
and have the floor.
Okay, trying to do that. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. You can't see your screen yet.
Actually using my device. I don't know if that's the reason.
We can't see it yet. Just click on share button and
I'm actually seeing. I don't know if it's up now. Is it up?
no, it's not up. It's not up. Maybe you have not clicked OK or something.
Can anyone see my screen now?
We cannot see your screen, Jane. Trust me, we can't see your screen. Maybe do you want to sort that out? Why Somto present? Just click the share button, choose your screen, and make sure you click OK. Yeah, it looks like you're having some technical issues. Maybe Somto, are you ready?
Is it up now?
No, it's not up. It's not up.
Okay, so not to delay the group, so someone can be preventing why I devise another means.
Yeah, it looks like you're having technical challenges. I want you to sort that out later. Somto, if you are ready, you can go ahead. Okay, it looks like your screen is coming. Oh, but you are sharing the wrong. Okay. Yeah, we can see your screen now.
Can you?
Yes, we can see your screen now. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. And I do apologize for the challenge and the time.
No problem. Go ahead.
So my name is Jane Asian, and I will be sharing I will share my feedback on the whole program. So the lab capstone program if I'm to summarize, is building a secure enterprise network with Active Directory, SIEM, and vulnerability management. So which includes the domain controller, client PC, Nexus, Razoo, and Qualys. So on behalf of those joining us, that's those not in the field joining us online, so they're wondering domain controller. So there is, it serves as, it's a server that runs Active Directory. So when they say what's Active Directory, that's a centralized system for gain access. It manage users, computers, permissions. So like what you are and what you can access. So the domain controller hosts the Active Directory database and services. and handles logins, authentication policies, and enforcement, and all that will be seen shortly. So we'll say in a simple way, I'll just say Active Directory is the system of database, while the domain controller is the machine that runs and delivers that system. Do I stand to be corrected? So yeah, it's an architecture built, and I believe my screen is visible for all, right?
Yes, go ahead. We are seeing your screen.
Thank you. So there we have the Fortinet connected to the internet and the management PC connected to the Fortinet. So, and every other connections are connected from the Fortinet. So the middleman there actually is the Fortinet, that's our firewall. So the firewall acts as the security barrier between the internet network and the outside, that's the internet. And its major work there is to monitor and control the incoming and outgoing network traffic. That is, it filters traffic and the access control. So some configurations were made on the Fortinet in order for all these things that I'm saying to function. So from there, we have you can see our switch there. Configurations were also made before we have our other PCs, then our Win server, the one that acts as our server for the domain server. So going forward there, these are the steps that was taken that actually I initially mentioned. On the Fortinet there, we made some configuration settings, setting the IP address, then the necessary permissions, the access. Then once you log in, it requires you change password immediately. Then the settings made, because without these policies, we'll not be able to browse or get internet access. So all these configurations were done, then followed by the switch as said earlier. So yeah, after all that, we went directly to the server, and then on the server there, we renamed our PC to Domain Controller 1. Then we added a new forest to it, then make the necessary installation. After which you can see the screenshots of our interface, that is our server interface. Then before we configure the server. So configuring the server leads us to the questions that was asked. And what are they? We asked for at least 2 client computers to connect to the domain controller. Then on the domain controller, create 2 organization unit as sales and engineering. So from this screenshot here, if we look carefully, I'm sorry, I didn't want the slide to be too lengthy. So yeah, the organization units were created, sales and engineering. And we also created a folder on our C drive. And also we created 2 users each, but only just one for each. So under the engineering, I created a group which I named Tech. And for the sales, I created a group named. So then we're able to get the login names for people, then gave them password. But for the sake of the class, we made the password never to expire, as in we left it that way. So yeah, in this slide here, we can see how we made them members of, being part of the organization. That you can see just one day. And I also ensured or demonstrated that each organization unit's permission is not, that is the other department won't have access. That is access control, access control there. Making sure that's the least control there, ensuring that a particular department would not have access to another's department. So if you see the last shot there, I tried using sales, I tried assessing engineering, and you can see the code there that Windows cannot access engineering there. So going forward, we can see the Nexus screenshot showing from the installation to the configuration, then to the scan using the IPs, what it was showing the first scan and the second scan. Then from there, the same thing with the Qualys also. Using the IP also, after it's scanned, you could see heartbeat, check MIS 25, capacity available 100, total scan capacity, you could see all of that. Then to Wazoo, the installation, the configuration, and the scan that was also carried out there. Then now, to the diagram here, that's the architecture here, we can see, let's start with the domain controller here. So, which happens to be the central authority of the network. It runs on Active Directory and it handles the authentication, that it verifies user authorization. And let's say is the security gatekeeper of the entire environment. And there you can see the organization unit where I created the sales and engineering. And then each OU there, that's the organization unit, has two users there, which is sales 1 and sales 2. I labeled it that way. And there is a role-based, what is functioning here is a role-based access control, where the users are grouped based on their job roles. So, and it makes policy enforcement and permission management easier. A folder was created, although it's not seen in this diagram. So, which means that sales data can only be accessible by sales user and engineering data accessible only to engineering users. So, and then if you look at the concept there, we are trying to apply the least privilege concept where users only access what they need. And that way it prevents unauthorized access between departments. So you don't have someone manipulating data and the like. So looking at the right, you can see our endpoints there, where the user log in using their domain credentials. And all these are monitored, logged, and controlled by the group policies. So then you can see our tools there. That's the Nexus that scans all system. It identifies the missing patches, open ports, reconfiguration. There you can see the Nexus there is a vulnerability management tool that helps it detect security weakness before attacker do. And I would say that's a proactive security. So we can see the Qualys there. It's an external monitoring. It's an agent installed on PC and it sends data. So where you see the continuous monitoring, access discovery and restoring, and that has been showed in the previous slide. We also have our Wazoo there that collects, it's a SIM tool that collects logs from the system. And those logs we are talking about includes and not limited to login attempts, users' activities, and system events. If I would take us back here, if we can see at the extreme end there, you would discover that you will see file deleted, file added. Those things were being done practically, and we went to the Wazoo. I went to the Wazoo and checked, and it captured everything. So having that, it captures user activities, login attempts, anything. And as I said earlier, it's a SIM tool that enables threat detection, incident investigation, and real-time monitoring. So it monitors traffic. So the Nexus there is used to scan system for vulnerability. And in general, I would say this setup follows a layer security model. That's the identity layer, the Active Directory, which is the authentication, then followed by the access and control, the OUs, and the permission. When I say OUs, organization units, then the endpoint layer, which our the client machine there, then the detection layer, the Wazoo vulnerability layer, Nexus, and Police. And then Police also acts at the cloud layer. So which is called, so those three involved, they are called defense in depth. That's multiple security layers. So for the question asked, that's the second to the last question, that I recommend the security framework. I would recommend NIST framework. So the NIST framework there, it helps us to know their environment, that's the identity, what access exists there, and what needs protection. And when you say what needs protection, we are protecting our domain controller, we are protecting the client PC, we are protecting the users, the servers. So then we said, why I also choose NIST, because it also protect, that's it prevents attack controls in the setup. There you have the, when you say prevent, we are talking about the authentication, which will still take you back to the Active Directory login access control.
Time check.
No, it verifies who you are. Then we talk about the least privilege, that's the sales versus the engineer situation. And what does this achieve? It helps reduce unauthorized access and then limit threat movements.
If you can hear me, time check.
Okay, sir. So the policies, the acceptable use policy, password and authentication, access control policy, data protection and handling, the network and endpoint security policy. So those are the policies that I would provide or say for the network. And at that, thank you for listening to the little I have to offer. Thank you all.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Good job. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Feedback. Yeah, any of the board members, please. Feedback. Then while he was presenting, we have another great member or friend of the community as well, joining us for this program. He is a world-class cybersecurity professional in person of Mr. Victor Ajayi. He joined us from the UK. So Victor, welcome, and thanks for joining us. Any feedback for Jane? Or you're asking her to take a bow?
Jane, excellent presentation. Quick question. What's your background, please?
I have background in electrical engineering.
Wow. I love the fact that you are a systems person and you're explaining things from first principles, explaining agents, explaining how everything is tying together. That shows a very deep understanding of what you're doing, and I think that will take you very far. And thanks for sharing, your experience and what you've done. Keep it up. The sky is the limit. You did great. I actually enjoyed the presentation. Well done. Yeah.
Yeah, Jane is an electrical engineer. She's a bookworm. She has distinctions in, I think, at both ND and HND level. So she knows all the theoretical fundamentals of electrical engineering very well. Joy, please give feedback to Jane. Encourage her, woman to woman.
A quick question.
Okay, Ayman, thank
Jane. Have you written any cybersecurity certification?
Yes, I have. I've undergone CC.
You've done CC?
Yes, I have. And Google
have you been applying to roles?
Cybersecurity too.
Have you been applying to roles, to cybersecurity roles?
Not at all.
You should start applying. You should start putting yourself out there, and because I really love how how you explain the fundamental concept. Because the truth about it is, at this stage, your presentation was very excellent. At this stage, right, one of the very critical things is like the fundamentals. And there's something Kayode Awe mentioned, like 3 months from now, 4 months from now, you'll look back at your presentation and you'll see, okay, I think I could have improved things here, I could have done this better. But what I want you to do is to start exercising your interviewing muscle. It will be very good for you because what you have now is very excellent theoretical knowledge. But as you start interviewing, you'll understand what's more important. And I can, as you were interviewing, I just remembered, as you were presenting rather, I remembered like parts of my journey, when I was with a lot of theoretical knowledge, which is good. At this stage, that's what you need. But I would like you to like push yourself more and interview, put yourself to get some more interviews. That will really help. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think Jane is currently in Nigeria, and with all the odds of not having reliable internet, constant power supply, she still made all these efforts to be able to complete this. I think she's really dogged, and she has built that resilience. And like Ayman said, you need to start putting. I mean, reach out to me. We need to make a plan. I think you already have what you need to start flying.
Okay, sir. I will do that.
So, congratulations. I don't know whether Joy has something to add.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Jen, you did great. Like the presentation was well put together, and you're well spoken. You communicated well what the endpoint was, and you might think you are not ready, and you always feel like that, but I think you are there from what you just showcased now. So yes, get ready and have that go work with a coach. Get your resume ready. You have it in you. You understand the whole context of the project, and you were able to express it and through your diagrams, your explanation. Everything was well put together, and I know there might be limitations in where you are, but from what I've seen, I've heard about you and what you've displayed now. I know you'll go far in the industry. All the best and
Thank you very
congratulations.
much.
So yeah, that's it. Jane, good job and well done. Wishing you luck in your as you step forward in this cybersecurity career. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you,
Uh,
sir.
Somto, go ahead and share your screen and have the floor. Um, just know that Victor is the first person that will comment on your presentation, so be ready. Don't worry, I'm just joking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay, okay.
We
All
can hear
right.
you and we can see your screen. So go ahead.
Yeah, so this is my capstone project. And yeah, so I created a Windows Server domain controller, two Windows client VMs, install a Qualys vulnerability scanner to scan the VMs, and a Wazoo server. Okay, so yes, so I added the two users. I created two users rather, and added them to the organizational units, as you can see here. And I gave permissions to the folders. So I created a security group in each organizational unit, and I added the users into those groups, and I gave them permissions, as you can see here. And, I connected the client VMs to the domain controller. So this is the name of the PC for one of the clients, and this is me looking it up on the Active Directory users. And yeah, so this is an example of the permissions working for the domain. So this is the sales client PC. I'm in the sales client PC in this one. And as you can see, when I try to open the engineer folder, it says that I don't have permission. But on the right side, you can see that when I open the sales folder, I can see the contents of it. So that means that the permissions were working. Yeah, so I was able to connect the domain control and the two Windows PCs to the Qualys. And yeah, so this is scan results from the domain controller. And yes, this is sales clients. This is a result from the sales client's PC. And I encountered some problems trying to set the Qualys up, because as it seemed like the firewall was blocking the scans for some reason. And when I switched off the firewalls to confirm, yeah, the Qualys scans went through, so I had to create a new rule in the firewalls to allow IP scans from the Qualys from the virtual scanner. So I allowed the IP from the virtual scanner to go through, and these are the results from the sales clients and the engineer clients. And you can see the vulnerabilities down here, the net BIOS and the potential vulnerability. the operating systems. Yeah, so I connected the PCs, the two client PCs to the Wazoo server, and this is proof of that. And this is the Wazoo log. So I basically from the course, looking at the recorded lectures, I was able to edit the osec.config file, and I was able to ensure that Wazoo is able to log any changes to the test folder. And these are some of the changes here. As you can see from the sales client, you can see that it logged the file added and file deletion, same here. And it also logged the logon failure, if you see down below for the engineering client. And this is my diagram. So here you can see the internet goes through, the Qualys Cloud goes through a firewall that connects to the PCs and the Windows server, which also connect to the Wazoo server. So the framework that I decided would enhance this environment is the NIST cybersecurity framework. And as you can see, the core functions here. And why I decided was because uh, it's very flexible, and this is very flexible and scalable. So even though my lab environment is small, with a domain controller and two client machines, it can also it works for my small lab environment. It also works for larger enterprises. And I also did it because it easily incorporates the tools that I've already set up. So as Active Directory for access control, Qualys for vulnerability scanning, that's in identify, Active Directory supports protect function, and Wazoo helps with detection and responding. So that's why I chose the NIST cybersecurity framework. And for my policies, the first one is the access control policy. So access is granted based on the organizational unit membership. So yeah, so as I already previously showed, it's given least privileges given to each user, and you're not allowed to access files that you don't have permission to. So yeah, and no shared accounts allowed. Access will be reviewed quarterly. And policy number 2 is password authentication policy. So minimum 12 character passwords, complexity required. So uppercase, lowercase numbers and symbols will have to be added to the password. If not, then it won't be allowed. Password expiration every 60 to 90 days. So you have to recreate one every 60 to 90 days. Accounts will be locked out after failed login attempts. And the third is data handling. So users may only access authorized shared folders, no copying sensitive files outside domain systems, and data shall be classified as public, internal, or restricted. And the fourth is acceptable use policy. Systems shall only be used for authorized work only. No unauthorized software installation, and no personal use of domain resources. And the final one is security monitoring and incident reporting policy. So all activity from all the PCs will be logged to the Wazoo SIEM. Users must report suspicious activity immediately. Unauthorized access attempts must be escalated, and no attempt to disable security tools all those will be implemented. Yeah, so that's the end of my presentation.
Oh, nice. Good job, Sonto. I think one thing you have done for me is that you validated the concept that what was it called? Uh, recorded video also works, because I think he attended maybe 1 or 2 lectures, but basically he was watching all the recorded videos, and he was able to get this kind of knowledge that further validates, that recorded video also works. And another thing you guys might not know about Somto. Somto is is a final year student in one of the schools in Calgary for computer science. So I think this is it's a great fit for you at this level that you have, getting all these practical cybersecurity, while you are even finalizing your degree. So good job. But I will allow the panel members to give you a direct feedback. I think we should start from Victor. Victor, over to you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and well done, Sonto. And I mean, I think the boss actually put it right. I wasn't sure of in terms of where you are, in terms of your career, but I mean, from what you explained, this is actually a well put together presentation in terms of what you've been able to learn so far. I think as someone who's also involved in pretty much mentoring those who want to break into the field, I could see that you've moved from the general public of those who just perhaps learn cybersecurity at the university level or just for academic purpose, to those who have interfaced with people who are already in the industry, because these are two different things. And one question I always get from people is that, do you actually need a computer science degree to be able to break into cybersecurity? Of course, it helps, but sometimes, but most times, it's important to also kind of see the field from the perspective of those who are already there, and things that are actually needed in the industry, right? So your presentation today, from the conversation around identity and access management to vulnerability management to the same, I think it's good. Yeah, I would have loved to see more details around the identity and access management. Perhaps you could dive deeper into a specific aspect of domain controller and management, because especially when you get to the point of interviews, there are specific questions, there are specific things that will really set you apart beyond just speaking about the technology itself, right? I mean, I struggle to see the depth of the hands-on practice that you've had with the platform itself. The architecture you also showed didn't really give me enough insight around maybe the OUs you've created and the different departments. I would have loved to see, right? So that would have given me some kind of insight into your thought process. But that being said, I think it's pretty much for you to keep working on these in terms of deepening your understanding of different domains that you've spoken about today. Yeah, the GRC part was to a large extent good, referencing the NIST framework and the different pillars that we have in it, and also how each of the technology areas that you've mastered fit into the different domains of the NIST CSF. But in all, I think it's a good step in the right direction. My recommendation would be for you to, because each of these domains that you've spoken about tonight actually is a career path on its own, right? From the identity and access management to vulnerability management to security operations center, where you have your SIM solution. I mean, these are strategic pathways, right? With your current academic background, you want to also, it will be helpful if you know your area of strength. With what you've seen so far in each of these areas, that will help you to know, okay, I can go further in this particular pathway. Let's say, for instance, let's say identity and access management area, for instance, and then you can master the Microsoft technology around domain controller, Active Directory rather, and perhaps extend it to the cloud platform, Entra ID. So that will really kind of maybe give you some kind of a specialization, right? And I mean, it's good to be a generalist, especially for those who are just kind of trying to stamp their feet in the field. It's also very vital to have your area of strength as well, where you could flex your muscle. So my recommendation would be, I haven't gone through each of these domains. Much try to identify your area of great strength and build on that without also compromising on your general knowledge of the other domain as well, right? So because great cybersecurity professionals are people that understand, I mean, one thing about every part of security, yet they still have their area of specialization. Yeah, so but I mean, your presentation today, for me, it was great. It would be greater for you to also kind of deepen your understanding of the different domains and be able to communicate that when you interface with industry leaders or when you are at interviews. And maybe on a final note, I would also highly recommend that, I mean, maybe not just to you, but to every other person. I think I only listened to the later part of Jane's presentation. I also like to recommend that if you, one thing about this industry is that oftentimes when you speak within 3 to 5 minutes, people can tell you're just trying to bamboozle them or you know exactly what you're talking about, right? So you need to also develop your vocabulary in the industry, and that comes with time, and also you exposing yourself to, I mean, industry engagements like attending conferences and also perhaps listening to podcasts would also help as well, right? And rubbing minds with, I mean, people like your boss and the other people. I mean, having a community of your own, because of course, when you hear something over and over again, it becomes a part of you over time. So it's very vital for you to also develop your vocabulary in the industry as well. So yeah, this would be my recommendation for you today. And maybe if I may also piggyback on the question Mr. Shegun asked earlier on around certification. Have you, as part of your academic program, have you completed any of the security certifications?
The only one I've done is Security Plus CompTIA, but it's not part of my curriculum though.
Oh, okay, great, awesome. I mean, that's a good starting point. Yeah, I think that's very good. And in terms of have you started exposing yourself to, I mean, interviews? There's a point that Iman did mention, which I resonate with me very well, right? So because sometimes you need to you need to actually put yourself in the middle of the ocean to know how far you can swim, right? Sometimes you also learn some of these things along the way. So have you also started putting yourself out there for interviews?
Yes, I've recently started applying. So, but I've not really attended any interviews for cybersecurity roles because it's only recently that I've been applying. So like around 2 months ago, so to say.
Okay. All right. Yeah, great. But you know, well done to you. And I mean, it takes a lot of effort to complete a program as intensive as this one, especially which I believe you have a very busy schedule. That's why that's the reason you couldn't maybe attend some of the live classes. But that discipline to be able to even listen into the recorded session goes a long way, and you demonstrated that today. It really works, just like the boss has said. So yeah, I mean, one thing I've come to understand about this field is that it's a journey, it's not a destination. So you can't see it all, you can't see the end of it. So you have to just keep up that same level of discipline as you go further in this career. All the best.
Thank you very much for your feedback and guidance and advice.
You're welcome.
Yeah, when I say you should prepare for Victor, I know what I was talking about. You can see Yeah, Victor, that was a well-detailed feedback. Thank you for that. For some of you that don't know Victor, Victor is a global OT cybersecurity professional. I mean, operating at a global level. I think he has moved quite a bit. I've forgotten where he is right now, but I know he is the head of OT cybersecurity in a multinational where he works. So, and he oversees OT cybersecurity for that company across different countries. So, we are happy and privileged to have him in our midst as well. Any other feedback for Somto? Looks like Victor has taken all giving all the feedback. Okay, that will enable us to move faster. So Somto, congratulations. I'm happy at your level, your presentation, your skills that you have developed, especially at this stage of your career. You are just about rounding off your program. So I think you are well prepared for what is ahead of you. So please reach out to me. Let's formulate strategies on how to hit the market. You already have everything that you need to actually hit that market. So congratulations and good job on everything you have done. Congrats. Cheers. Yeah, Yemi will be the one presenting. Yemi, you can go ahead, share your screen and have the floor. After Yemi, we'll be having Israel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. We can hear you.
Okay,
Can see
I wasn't sure.
No,
All right, thank you very much.
everything. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my name is Oluya Nisiko and I'll be presenting my capstone project today. Overview of the project. So this project entails domain controller, Active Directory, group policy objects, vulnerability management using tools such as Qualys and Nessus, EDR and SIEM using WASO, and also creation of security policy and advising the security policy framework. So the deliverables were meant to, I don't know if I should run through this. I know that most of us are now used to the exact deliverables we were supposed to come up with. So I think I'll just jump that and I'll just make reference to it as I go in my slide. So this is my network topology with my internet here, my firewall, the management PC. Then I have two computers for sales and one for engineering. And then I have my domain controller here and I have my switch here. So one of the deliverables was that we should create a domain controller enabled with an Active Directory service. So this is my Active Directory here. And then I went on to create two domain computers, that is one for the engineering and also one for the sales department or organizational unit. And then I showed here the login screen to show that these two organizational units are on the TCPCyber domain. Then I went further. Another thing we're supposed to do was to create two folders on the domain controller and grant permissions to each of the organizational units on each folder. And this is the creation of each of the folders. So there is a folder for engineering and another one for sales. And then furthermore, we're supposed to also create two users, which I did, I think will be on my next slide. Okay, I'll show where I have two users created for each of these organizational units. So we're also supposed to demonstrate that only an organizational unit has permission on a folder can access it. So this is the setup of the permission granted to the sales folder. So only sales representative would be able to have access to the sales folder. And then I also did the same for engineering. And so this is for my engineering, only the engineers have access and permission to the engineering folder. So then furthermore, we're supposed to create a vulnerability management server with Nessus. So this is my Nessus server created. And then we're supposed to use that to scan all the computers on our network. So this is my scan result. So I had about 75 vulnerabilities detected. And these were the critical vulnerabilities detected that require prompt attention. And then we're also supposed to, permit me, please. Okay, and then we're supposed to connect PCs to our network, connect the PCs to our network on Qualys Cloud for vulnerability management services. So this is the PC, the Qualys setup. So I went further to conduct a scan with using Qualys. So this, I had to give it a range because Qualys has a limitation. So I had picked from 1 to 19 and scanned, and this is the scan result. And then we went on to Wazoo, where to create a Wazoo server and connect at least 2 clients to the network or client on our network to it and confirm that same can collect logs from this client. So these are the 2 clients on my network that I connected to Wazoo. Then I went further to demonstrate here that this Wazoo can collect logs. This is from my Windows. I'm sorry, I have a problem with my site. Trying to see. So this is from my administrator client, and this is from my Windows client. So the last part of the deliverable is that we should recommend a cybersecurity framework to enhance cybersecurity posture of the current architecture. And I'm recommending the NIST cybersecurity framework, and that's because it's cuts across every security policies to cover risk management. So for the NIST CSF, it has 6 key functions, with the govern function cutting across every other function, such as identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So to the last one, then we're to create 5 cybersecurity policies for users of this network. So my security policies will be that 1, user accounts are managed through Active Directory with role-based access enforced via organization units and controlled permissions to shared resources. Now, using the NIST framework, this speaks to the identify and the protect function of the NIST framework. Then secondly, I said all systems must be regularly scanned for vulnerability and remediated based on severity levels. This also speaks to the identify and respond function of the NIST framework. All critical systems must generate and forward logs to a centralized SIEM for monitoring and analysis. This speaks to the detect and respond function of the NIST framework. All endpoints must be protected with security controls such as antivirus, host-based firewalls, and monitoring agents. This speaks to the protect and the detect functions of the NIST framework. And lastly, all devices on the network must be securely configured, authenticated to the domain, and monitored for suspicious activity. And this speaks to the protect and the detect functions of the NIST framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yinka. Good job, good presentation, and thanks for showing up. That's very most important. This is a general comment for everybody. When I hear you guys, when you were presenting, when you are saying, I think almost everybody that has presented made that comment that I ran into issues, I was not able to. Yeah, that is part of the game as well. Running into issues is part of the learning. You see that even in class, when I was doing it together with you, we also run into issues. But your ability, your resilience to be able to tackle those problems, that's what makes you, an actual professional. Because even when you start this career, you will be faced with a lot of issues along the way. Things don't, at times, not even at times, most times, things don't usually go the way you plan, even when you follow the step by step from even the manufacturer. So I'm glad that almost everybody made that comment, because it's part of the learning. And this is not just a theoretical class, this is hands-on. So it's to build something in you so that you don't you have that resilience when you are trying to do something. So good job, Yemi. Thanks for that presentation. Um, I know you actually dwell a lot on vulnerability management. Maybe that's where your first job is going to come. Who knows? So over to the panel members. Feedback for Yemi, please. Anyone? No particular order. Except maybe Joy would steal the floor because we have a woman here. Encourage your women, upcoming women professionals.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away for a minute.
Okay, no problem.
I didn't see everything she presented. But the last part I heard was well put together. She spoke with confidence, and she that so like I said, I didn't see the whole presentation, but the part I saw was well and communicated, and I think she already has that mindset. She already has the terminology, and she was fluent with using those cybersecurity terminology. So I would say you did great based on what I heard, and I think you're already on the right path. And like this project is really hands-on. It covers most of the domains that you will see in the industry. There's no organization that doesn't do vulnerability management. There's no organization that doesn't do risk management. So everything you talked about is practical in the industry. Everybody does that to safeguard their environment. So you already have this awareness. All you need to do is just keep building on it. The more you keep learning and listening to attending webinars and listening to podcasts, like Victor already said, you begin to build that more confidence and able to speak to whatever topic or in terms of interview, you are able to nail it, and hopefully you get your first job in no time. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you for the feedback, Joy.
Yeah. Thank you, Joy. Any other feedback for Yemi?
Hi, Yemi. Well done to you. And well, I mean, well articulated presentation, and covering all the different domains. I think you did well in terms of the way you structured your presentation and also the delivery from the Active Directory parts to the vulnerability management, and also, of course, the EDR, the same parts, and the policy part. Yeah, so I think one common theme I've seen across in the so far in position I've seen so far, I think I want to do more around policy in this case. Is it seems everybody focuses on the NIST. I mean, NIST is one of the most popular frameworks in the industry, and perhaps we're just trying to see how we tailor each of the things we've learned into the different functions. I just want us to also expand our minds to other frameworks as well. You don't necessarily need to know the details of the other frameworks, because oftentimes there's a lot of overlaps on all of them. They kind of speak to the same. They speak different language, but they're trying to address the same issue around risk management at the end of the day. So what I'm trying to say is that build some fluency around the other frameworks as well, right? Especially because you may find yourself interviewing for an organization that perhaps they are not heavy on NIST. For instance, they only just be ISO 27001, and of course other leading frameworks that we have out there. So try to also expand your knowledge and build fluency to a large extent in other frameworks, and some that are industry specific, like the EPA that is focusing more on the health industry, and the PCI DSS that focuses more on the financial services. So just have some working knowledge of these other frameworks as well. I think that will really set you apart, such that when you're speaking and you're being asked questions, you can also touch base on those other frameworks as well. And I think it's important for you to also familiarize yourself. NIST, like I said, is one of the most popular frameworks out there. Familiarize yourself with each of the functions, right? I mean, I know maybe because we are short of time, that's why we didn't really go into details, but I think I would have loved to see more of how much we understand each of those functions and how they kind of map into every of these technologies that we've done. So let's try to expand our scope, and also in terms of the technology as well. I mean, for instance, for vulnerability management, there are a wide range of tools out there, right? I know of course, for the purpose of this training, we utilize Nessus. It's good to also familiarize yourself with other ones that we have out there, right? You don't necessarily need to be a master of those specific tools, but also understand, just have a working knowledge of them as well. And the last point I'm going to make is around, I think there is a place here where you mentioned how the same tool was able to connect to your Active Directory to retrieve the logs and alerts, right? Maybe you want to also be specific in terms of how that log ingestion happens, right? In terms of if there is a particular protocol that is used for that, you want to speak to that. That way, others solidify. I mean, help someone to know that you really know what you're talking about. It's not that you just read it in a book or you prompted any of the LLM to give you that response. So being able to tell how the dots connect to one another to make that system, we give some credibility to your profile as you move into the industry. But I think everything you've spoken about today is well delivered. Well done to you. I mean, it takes a lot of efforts to come this far and to see it through, right? Yeah, definitely you will experience this kind of, I mean, I know that initial feeling when you start your presentation, you will experience it, and definitely as you move on, you get over it. When you become a master of some of this terminology, you'll be able to speak about them freely, right? So just keep going. Like I said earlier on, also it's a journey, it's not a destination. Yeah, and of course, we all know the word that we have to do that things, I mean, are very dynamic and they keep changing, but we just have to be on top of our game to be the best in our field. All the best to you, Yemi.
Thank you very much, Victor.
All right. Um, do we have any other comments, suggestions for Yemi before we ask her to take a bow? Okay. Yemi, good job. And you did well. I'm happy that you were able to complete the task, the assignment, to finish this part of the program. That's a lot of effort. That is a lot of effort. I know how we both started, and I'm happy to see you getting to this level. So congratulations, and I wish you best of luck as you start this journey in cybersecurity. So a general comment: this is just we still have a lot of other hurdles to cross, like the certifications. And I think you already have. I think you have Caesar, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good. So yeah, so we need to jump into the market. So reach out, let's strategize while it's still hot, and I believe you already have what it takes to hit the ground running. So congratulations once again, and I wish you best of luck. Cheers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll go to Israel. Israel Adedeji, so you are next. Um, share your screen and have your moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
Okay. Okay, sorry. My name is Adileji Israel, and I'm a fresh graduate of Babcock University. In my project, I just did a slideshow of the things that I learned throughout this program because I didn't know the tasks to do. In my introduction, this project demonstrates the practical cybersecurity skills throughout through hands-on labs because at the beginning we used EVNG to simulate real-world enterprise network, and this allowed me to build and connect network devices such as switches, endpoints, and security appliances within a controlled virtual labs. And in these environments, we implemented network segmentation using VLANs. I created a flowchart of how everything that I learned here, how they connect to each other from the event, which is the virtual labs that simulates the whole thing, using and connecting to network segmentation, a simulated enterprise environment, Active Directory, and they can all be scanned using Nexus Qualys, which are vulnerability assessments, vulnerability assessments, what can I use? Sorry, vulnerability assessments, let's say applications or websites, and Wazoo, which is an endpoint um endpoint monitoring device. and Lima Charlie, which was an endpoint threat detection. And this diagram here represents the overall architecture of a cybersecurity capstone project and shows how all the tools and components, how they're all connected together. For the first part, which is the network segmentation using EVNG, I created it, the lab that I used was implemented using EVNG, and that simulated a real-world enterprise network. Multiple devices were connected through a virtual switch and firewall environments. In the network, VLANs were used to segment the network into different departments. I created HR departments, finance departments, and another one. A centralized switch handled internal communication, and a firewall, which is Fortinet FortiGate, was used to manage and secure external access. This is the lab here, the IT VLAN, which was given an IP address, the finance VLAN, which was given an IP address, and the HR VLAN, which was also given an IP address, which they were all connected to a switch. And the management, which is, let's say, the main server that controls the whole thing, which is connected to it.
Israel, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind going full screen on your presentation? Can you go to presentation mode? Is it possible?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, if you can just give us presentation mode so at least we can see full screen and then you can scroll through the slides. Thank you.
Thank you. And within this environment, I implemented the network segmentation using VLANs. Each department here, including finance, HR, and IT, was assigned to a separate VLAN on its own subnet. This ensured that the network traffic is logically isolated, which enhances security and limits unauthorized access here between each department, because not all departments should be able to access each other. The management should be able to access each other department, but the finance should not be able to access HR. HR should be able to access finance, and IT should also be able to connect to the other department, but they should not be able to collect information from the other departments. The network segmentation using VLANs. We assign ports to each VLAN, the HR, the finance, the IT, and I learned how to create and assign VLANs on the switch. I understood how ports are mapped in a specific to specific VLANs. I learned how to verify configurations using CII commands, and I understood how VLANs logically separate network traffic. Also gained hands-on experience with switch configuration in simulated environments. This is the switch where we assigned each department to their different ports. And active directory deployment and configuration. We deployed and configured Microsoft Active Directory in a virtual environment and set up a domain controller and connected client machines to the domain. We also configured organization units, join systems to that domain, manage authentication and access control. I learned how Active Directory manages users and devices in the network. Also understood how domain-based authentication works and gained insights into centralized access control in enterprise environments. We did vulnerability scanning using Nexus and Qualys. For the Nexus, I learned how vulnerability scanners identify system weaknesses. I understood how to interpret vulnerability severity levels because the Nexus will give different levels to how severe the threats are for each one. And I learned the importance of patching and system updates. I gained insight on how attackers discover vulnerabilities because for each vulnerability, or most of them, they are connected to a CVE that we learned that is also connected to MITRE attacks that are already on the internet. Those are attacks that have already been seen and solved. So they are not So we all know how to approach them, sorry. And cloud vulnerability using Qualys. We use Qualys to perform, we also use Qualys to perform vulnerability tests, scan systems using the cloud-based security platform. And I learned how cloud-based scanning tools work. And I also understood how vulnerabilities are prioritized on risk, and learned how security reports help in decision makings. And this is my scan for my Qualys and the severity there down here. The vulnerabilities that were there and the potential vulnerabilities that can also come up. The EDR implementation using Wazoo and Limachali. The EDR, I learned how EDR tools monitor endpoints for suspicious behavior, and I understood how logs and alerts are used to detect threats, and I learned how security events are analyzed in real times. And overall, the project demonstrates layered security approach and combines network segmentations, identity management, firewall protection, vulnerability assessment, and continuous monitoring through SIEM and EDR too. And Wazoo here is a SIEM. And sorry, in addition, thank you. In addition, Limachali as an endpoint detection response tool focuses on monitoring endpoint behavior in real time and in detecting threats such as malicious processes and unauthorized actions, and support incident reports. Thank you.
Okay, Israel. Good job. Excuse me. Good presentation, and I'm happy that you were able to curate all the learnings from the program. And yeah, I understand as a recent graduate, you are still flowing with a lot of academic knowledge, and that shows in the way and manner the presentation was presented. But I'm sure if you compare yourself now, since when the program started and now, I'm glad that you were able to, get your hands dirty.
Yes, sir.
Did all the practicals, and yeah, this is just a start, and I think you have the right footing. Why am I even giving the feedback first? I'll give you general comment after. Let me allow the panel members to react to your presentation. General feedback for Israel.
Israel, very good presentation. I think you're going to go very far. And I mean, this is a very excellent way to start. First thing I would have loved to see in your presentation is screenshots showing what you did, which was obviously missing from your presentation. So that's a suggestion for improvement. The other thing is I want you to improve your technical depth and cybersecurity terms, your command of cybersecurity terminology. So when you were explaining that you gave access to certain individuals in certain departments, and you did give them access to folders or resources in another department, how do you explain that concept in cybersecurity terms? I'm just asking you a direct question. What is that process called, or what does it mean when you are giving people different access to different resources based on their job functions? What is that term called?
Okay. So, okay, to give different access to different permissions.
Yeah, yeah, based on their job functions. What's it called?
I can't think of the term right now.
Okay. It's called role-based access control, RBAC.
Yeah.
So you need to get very familiar and very comfortable with cybersecurity terminology, but I'm sure you'll go very far. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Great. Any other comment, feedback for Israel?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just add on top of that. By virtue of your positioning right now, Israel, you are in a great position to get your hand dirty with certifications, right? You still, I mean, a recent graduate, so and I think it's like a good time for you to start. I mean, burning the midnight candles to pick up a couple of things, right? So don't lose that momentum. Keep it up, and just I mean, you have so many opportunities ahead of you, but you just need to be prepared for it. And you don't want to get distracted. So my additional advice I would just put there is that just I mean, by virtue of your positioning right now, you're in a good place to, especially the entry level certifications, going for them right now. It will help to also validate your understanding of different concepts. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Um, any other feedback? I hope Olufunke is preparing. You are coming next. Any other feedback for Israel? I mean, joining what everybody has said, I think you did well, Israel. As a recent graduate, I know it takes a lot of effort to make a technical presentation to people that are already in the industry, but that is the experience we want you to also learn, to also get from this program. It's very, very important. And I commend you to have even done some of those practicals because yeah, Israel is currently in Nigeria, and you can imagine a lot of issues around power supply, internet connectivity, which a lot of people do face. I have got a lot of students from Nigeria that it's always all do, navigating all those issues. But within that, you still came out, to do all your practicals, to be able to finish the program on time. I think I commend you. I think overall, you are you are on a good start. Yeah, so this is just like every other person has said. This is just is a starter. I think the next thing for you, like uh, Mr. Shegun mentioned, is you need to develop those vocabularies. And of course, Triac Me is something that can help out with that. That's also part of the program. And the last part is the certification as well. And I think Victor also mentioned that. So at this stage where your brain is still fresh, and with this practical that you have gotten, the practical knowledge you've gotten, you just need to top it up with certifications at this stage. Do you have any certifications yet?
No,
Okay, so that should
but
be
I've done security. I think CompTIA
okay.
for
Okay,
security.
so reach out to me.
Okay.
Let's strategize, okay, so as to move
Yes, sir.
forward. And but you've gotten the right footing. Everything that you need. I think you already have it. We just need to strategize, and you need to be shown some ways and knowledge and strategies to be able to move forward. Apart from that, congratulations. I'm so impressed by what you have done.
Thank
kudos
you.
to you, and I wish you best of luck as you navigate this cybersecurity career. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is Funke ready? Who else still want to present? I think we have covered quite a lot. Yeah. Mike. Funke, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So let's have Funke. Then after Funke, then Mike, you can go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Funke Lawal, and I'll be presenting my capstone project. I don't really have much, right? So, can you see my next screen? All right. In front of us, we have a central switch that connects to multiple departments where we have the Fortinet firewall and is between the internal network and the internet. And we have the different departments which are separated using the VLANs for security and organization. And my next slide is the Nexus. So I actually encountered an issue using the Nexus, and the Nexus is being used as a vulnerability assessment to identify any malware cross infrastructure and also any operating system and applications. And for the next slide, I was unable to proceed to complete the application. I tried my best to troubleshoot, but was not successful. And also the Qualys as well, that was being used to scan your local PC within your environment. And it also identifies the security weakness in servers and network devices. And as we can see that the heartbeat checks mixed is it indicates that everything looks good. And the last slide for me is the policy for network users, which every organization must be aware of, and says the password must be a minimum of 12, and including uppercase and lowercase on any symbols and numbers, and also confidential documents must not be emailed to personal accounts or any unapproved personal cloud storage. And the network resources must be used for business purpose only, and ensure that users must never click on suspicious links or any attachment. And lastly, users must connect via the company's VPN when working remotely or using public internet. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, good job, Funke. The most important thing is to show up, and you actually thought you don't have anything. You actually have a lot. Like I said, and I noticed. I'm not sure you missed any class. Yeah. So, like I said earlier, you guys should not underrate your knowledge. Okay. And one secret in life is to always show up. So I'm glad that you make your presentation, and it's not bad at all. So congratulations on doing it. And of course, everybody has way of areas of improvement. That's normal. So, but the fact that you stepped forward, made that courage, that is very, very important to me. And I'm really happy with what you've achieved. For some of you that do not know, Funke has background in economics, no IT experience, no cybersecurity experience, wherever. Everything she has done in the last 3 months is just within the last 3 months for cybersecurity. So um, you are up for a great start. And like everybody that has presented, this is not the end of everything. You still, it's all about continuous improvement. So congratulations, and
Thank you, sir.
I commend your courage. So that is very important to me than anything else. I would leave it
Thank you.
up to the panel members to give their feedback.
Yeah, congratulations, Funke. You did amazing. But the fact that you didn't cover everything that was requested or that was required for the project, but the areas you covered, and you communicated and well, like the policy session of it was well presented. So you don't have to beat yourself up. It's like everybody keeps saying, it's a continuous process. You just keep learning and work on the areas that you need based on the feedback you're getting here today and from the feedback they've given to other people. You just go back and keep working on it. Everybody in the industry is never perfect or say, oh, I have reached my highest level of learning. You just have to keep learning. And what I've seen, I know you'll go far because you already have it. You understand the context, and it's just for you to keep developing on what you have. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Any other feedback? Okay, I think Shegun wants to do something. Yeah.
Well done, Funke. Congratulations. Like Coach will always say, the knowing is in the doing. I wish you good luck in the career and all the best. Well done.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Any other feedback before we ask her to take a bow? I'm sure she wants to take the next bow, but let's give more feedback. Okay. So congratulations, Funke. Let's strategize after this to get to the next level. But you have the foundations that is needed already. So and all the comments from the panel members, I'm sure you have noted all of them. So in general notes, um, uh, thank you for showing up, and your presentation is okay. You didn't cover everything, but the areas you covered, you really attacked it very well. So give yourself that kudos, and I wish you best as you navigate this cybersecurity career. So congratulations, Funke. Yes.
Thank you, Coach.
Okay. Um. Is it Mike? Mike, right? Yeah, that is going next. Mike is probably the last person. Mike, over to you. Okay, Tolu.
Good day, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We can see your screen. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Tolu,
Oh,
you
all
go
right.
after Mike. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, so my presentation is on enterprise cybersecurity architecture and implementation. But before I go ahead, I'd like to congratulate every other person that participated in this course that has gone ahead of me. I think everyone has done an amazing job, and I hope I'll be able to join you guys when I'm done. All right, so basically, this capstone project covered domain controller, vulnerability management, SIM policy framework, and then there was an architectural diagram as required for this assignment. So this is just a quick summary of what I'll be presenting: the domain controller and Active Directory, showing the organizational units, users and folders, vulnerability management. I used Nexus for vulnerability assessment, Qualys Cloud vulnerability management. Wazoo was used for SIM log collections, network architecture diagram, and the cybersecurity frameworks that I recommended, and the cybersecurity policy. So basically, on this project, I created an Active Directory. This is just a diagram of what my network looks like, from the internet to the firewall Fortinet that has a management LAN, a management PC, a switch was connected to the port 3 of the firewall, and several LANs connected virtually, and then the Windows server that I used as for my domain controller and Active Directory. So basically, what's an Active Directory? It simply enables a centralized management of a wide range of network resources, including user accounts, computers, printers sometimes, but in my context, there was no printer used. It's also used to um, for GPUs and access management, basically. So I created a domain controller after installing the Windows server, and I promoted this server to a DC, and I used it to manage access. I created organizational units, and I did an organizational unit for the sales department and for the engineering department. Under each of the units, I created 2 users. And so this is just proof of what I did. Within the engineering department, I created 2 users, Francis Chan and Frederick Price. For the sales unit, I created 2 users, San Diego and Pablo Ayman. Gave them their details, email addresses. TCPCyber.local was the domain. And then I gave the relevant permissions to the respective groups. And then I did a test to confirm that those in sales cannot access the items for those in the engineering. And this is just a proof. So here we have one of the users in the engineering department have access to his group folder. And we have someone from the sales department also trying to access the engineering folder, but was unable to do that. And then I did the group policy management, and this is just an evidence of what I did, and put this instruction to threat actors. So in case you have no business in this place, keep off, which also could serve as a, will I say, as evidence, legal evidence that whoever was unauthorized was pre-warned before even trying to attempt to have access to that folder. And then from there, I moved to vulnerability management. And under vulnerability management, my scope was to work with Nessus and Qualys for vulnerability assessment. And so what's vulnerability management about? It's the continuous process of identifying, classifying, prioritizing, and remediating security weaknesses across an IT environment. It's an important tool to use, I mean, from what I learned during this training. And it's not a one-off scan that should be carried out. It's an ongoing program. And so basically what happens is that when a scan is carried out, there are several vulnerabilities that could be found in the common vulnerability and exposure, maybe database. And the vulnerabilities there are classified in the common vulnerability scoring system. which helps us determine whether vulnerabilities or weaknesses that are present are either critical, high, medium, or low. And so basically it just goes through vulnerability management is about going through a 5-stage cycle from what we learned during the course of this training, where you discover all assets on the network, because as it is said, you cannot assess, or you cannot defend what you don't know. So more like an inventory. Then you assess, that's the scanning of these assets. That's where these tools came into play. Then whatever vulnerabilities are ranked or prioritized, like I earlier mentioned, then the necessary treatment or remediation is done. Then a verification of the treatment is also put in place, and then there's this continuous monitoring to ensure that whatever the treatments that has been put in place are working. And I mean, to have you audit ready when there's a case for audit. And so these are proofs of the scans I carried out on within this capstone. I was able to scan 12 hosts, some of the hosts within my lab and even in my home network. I found 82 vulnerabilities. And then after that, I went on to use the Qualys tool for vulnerability assessment. And so I used it to scan. And these are pictures showing items or devices that I scanned within the network. Because we used a free Qualys platform, not platform account. The number of devices that I could scan were limited, so I scanned about just 12 devices. This is at the beginning of the scan when I was just starting, when it was queued. The next picture just right beneath is when it was running, and then this is the result of the scannings that I did. And so after which I moved on to SIM. It stands for Security Information and Event Management. And so basically it's just a tool that helps in collecting data from every system within the network, especially the endpoint devices. And the core argument for this is that usually individual systems, to some extent, you could get information from individual systems, but the SIM provides a one-stop shop for information gathered across all events that occur across all the endpoints and the devices within the network. So it's better for better monitoring, and when it is properly tuned, you can be able to detect we call it threats early enough, or anomalies early enough, when properly tuned and properly monitored. So for this project, I was able to install 3 agents across 3 respective systems, 2 within the lab context and one of my PCs at home. And then I was able to use the SIM to monitor some of the events that took place within these respective systems. So I monitored just 2 systems within my lab. And so on, right from what you could see here, um, there's so much, just a few rather, information. There is logon failure. So I intentionally attempted to log into this Windows client PC 4 times with the wrong credentials until I put in the right credential, and then was able to authorize me to have access into the system. So this can be seen somewhere around here. And then another Windows client PC. In this particular one, I went into a local disk and created on the file path, created a particular file deleted what I created and just did some adjustments there just to see if it would detect it, and it did detect it. It shows here a file was deleted, a file was added to the system, and that's what I did. And so this is just a little bit of the network architecture that I used basically. So I had my Qualys in the cloud. I ran through a firewall within the context of this training. Had PCs connected from several two organizational units having PCs connected within there. I had my Active Directory configured, the use of Wazoo, the use of Nessus, also shown right here. And from there, I was able to make recommendations for the cyber security framework within the context of this training. And so I did NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. It's in a way somehow it also overlaps with ISO 27001. So I based on the 6 core functions of the NIST CSF 2.0, which is govern, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So under the govern, as an organization, policies are established and endorsed by senior management. Then we identify all our devices within the organization using Active Directory to create to basically for access control, the role-based access control, list privilege, the permissions, and everything falls under protect. Then for detection, the Wazoo SIM plays a critical role in that. Also, where there is an incident, Wazoo can also help with response as per properly tuned to do that. And where we need to recover after a major issue, and it's very, very important because of business continuity. There has to be a business continuity plan so that when we face some, let's say, some attacks, we have some issues within our system. Business is not entirely stopped. There is a plan to get back to business as fast as possible. That said, this is where, in the context of this project, NIST has an overlap with ISO 27001. So for the Active Directory and the organizational units, there is, it satisfies access control and access rights requirements for the ISO 27001. The folder permissions, which is also seen within the NIST CSF2, also satisfies the acceptable use of information assets in ISO 27001. Having Nessus and Qualys and using them for regular scans, for scanning, for vulnerability assessment helps, satisfies the management of technical vulnerabilities requirement on the ISO 27001. The use of Wazoo SIM for log collection also satisfies the monitoring aspect, or monitoring activities aspect of ISO 27001. I was able to put in a few policies, specifically 5 policies, which I will show you in the course of this. Just at the next slide, basically. It satisfies policies for information security requirement of ISO 27001, and I think that's that. So some cybersecurity policies that I put in place. I have 5 policies that I put in place here. So password and account security policy. Basically, these are rules that govern how user passwords are made. So when you get your system, it has a default password that has been assigned by the IT guys. And when you get it, you're supposed to change your password to what you prefer. But what you prefer is also within a scope, is supposed to be defined. So a minimum of 12 characters password with complexity such as upper, lower case, and you can use some symbols. And basically, the policy states that every 90 days, password will be changed. So, I mean, in practice, there is an indication on your system reminding you when your password is supposed to be changed. And if you don't change it before the 90-day period elapses, on the 90th day, it would make you or force you to change it. So I also have the acceptable use policy, which guides the organizational's devices and network resources. Also, under that, we can also do the BYOD, bring your own device, wherein you bring your own device, for instance, your mobile phones within the organization, and you're going to log into the organization's network. There are some do's and don'ts that will be under this policy, the kind of sites you should and should not visit. All right, so after that, we have the data classification and access control policy. Um, in this context, data is appropriately classified or labeled as public, internal, confidential, or restricted. And so, in this context, the rule of least privilege is invoked. So people get to, or users get to use or have access or access the files that they need to do their work. So you don't have someone else having access to too many files. I can't remember what that is called now, the term for that. And then so we have incident response and reporting policy. All security incidents must be reported to IT within 1 hour of discovery. Incidents categories, it should be categorized as medium. I talked about that earlier, low, critical, or high. And then patch management and vulnerability remediation policy. So in that instance, we are also talking about our risk appetite as an organization. So if we are going to have, when we do our assessments, vulnerabilities that have a vulnerability score of 9 plus, the policy is that within 24 hours of release or scan detection, it must be patched. And when you have high severity of things that have a CVSS score between 7 to 8.9, they must be remediated within 7 calendar days, and all and on and on and on. So this just serves as a cybersecurity policy guide that we can implement within the organization. And so overall, the NIST framework is more like our operational framework. It organizes how we use every tool within this organization, within this architecture. But the ISO 27001 is more like our assurance framework. Gives us the structure to prove to auditors and clients and regulators that we have these controls in place and they are working and they are formally governed. In that way, it can also increase the trust that we have in face of our clients. So basically, this is just a summary of what I did. I configured and promoted a server, a Windows server, and promoted it to become the domain controller. Active Directory was running on it. Created a sales and engineering organizational units with 4 users, and then instituted a permission on them such that the sales and the engineering are specifically restricted to their role. So role-based access control there. Used Nexus for vulnerability assessment, used Qualys to do same vulnerability assessment, used Wazoo for security information and event monitoring management. That's what I use that for. And then I showed my architectural design, the framework recommendations that I made, and policies, 5 cybersecurity policies that I also recommended to be used within the context of this capstone project. So that's a summary of what I did. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Straight to the point and well on time. Thank you, Mike, for that concise presentation. And I will allow the panel members to give their feedback.
Wow. Well done, Mike. I think I believe this is the last presentation for this night. What a way to wrap it up. Well done. And
yeah,
thank you.
I mean, your presentation. Oh, one more. Okay. So I think your presentation was well detailed. You spoke to every aspect of the curriculum, and you were very. I mean, I could tell that you've actually gleaned a lot from the whole program. I mean, you were very specific in terms of the use of the right terminology for everything you were speaking about. And I mean, it's. Have you always been in IT before this program? That's the question, Mike.
Not quite. So I started I read Electrolux. I started with networking. Then when I got a job in oil and gas, I ran away from networking and cybersecurity. I just decided to come back at the beginning of this program.
Okay, welcome home. So I think, I mean, I could tell from, like I said earlier on, that oftentimes you just need 3 to 5 minutes to listen to someone, and you can tell if, I mean, they're just trying to bamboozle you, or they actually, I mean, for instance, when you're talking about vulnerability management, I mean, there were some things that you were speaking about shows that you've done your homework. And if I were to be looking for a vulnerability manager, for instance, I may want to consider you. So that's to show, and that's why I talked about going deep into a particular domain, and this applies to everyone, so if they ask you any question around that domain, you can confidently, I mean, provide clear answer. Clarity is very important, right? Without beating around the bush, using the right terminology, using the right word, and that goes a long way. Oftentimes, you only have 2 to 3 minutes to make your impact. So you want to be sure that you are spot on regarding specific topics. I think you did very well with regards to the identity and access management. Of course, you're very fluent with vulnerability management as well. And the work you did showed, the screenshots you showed also, I could tell that you actually put in the effort. Something that also caught my attention is the fact that beyond the hypothetical enterprise that this program actually asks you to use for your test, you also use your home environment, I mean, your home device. I think that's a great one, right? So, and you're able to experiment with your own personal devices, right? I think that really caught my attention. And I think it's something, and this is also for everyone, if you're this kind of thing, you also want to put it forward when you're interviewing, right? So if you can do it on a small scale, you can also do it on a large scale, right? It doesn't matter if it's true. For instance, you're deploying an Active Directory, you're using just 2 clients. I mean, it's still the same thought process that you go through if you're deploying 50,000 clients, right? Of course, on a larger scale. But the point is that when you have things like this, be proud to show it off, right? And everything you've learned in this program, I mean, this is to everyone as well, not just to Michael. Be confident to speak about it. You may think they are little, but trust me, those are the things that separate the theorists to those who have the practical experience. And when people listen to you, they can tell that this person has actually gotten their hands dirty with some of these concepts. So well done, Mike. And
thank you.
I mean, if you haven't perhaps taken on, I mean, any certifications? I mean, I don't need to preach to you about that. You pretty much, I think you're still close to the industry, even though you said you were away from the space. I would recommend that you take on some of them and kind of boost your profile as well. And as soon as possible, please jump into the market. You have momentum right now. You don't want to let it grow cold. With that same momentum, I mean, jump into the market, and I see that the sky is your starting point. So all the best in your cyber career. And once again, welcome home.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Victor. Good point there. Good point. Any other feedback for Michael?
Now, Michael, congratulations. I think you did it. Like you nailed the presentation. You touched every area. You also mentioned you also mentioned business continuity and the incident response plan. So that was a great one. I think this is the first one presentation and presenter that have spoken to that. And I also like the way you explain your provision and how a user is created, access is assigned, granted based on their role. I think every aspect you spoke to was well detailed, and you understood the project, and then you gave it your best, and you also congratulations, and I see that you're already ready for the market, and just keep doing what you're doing, and all the best. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Michael, I think you did a certification, right?
Yes, I did PC.
CC, okay, good.
Yeah.
During the course of the program. Yeah,
Yes.
that's good.
Thank you.
Any other feedback for Michael before we go to the last presentation? I'm still trying to chair another person, but let's see. But we have the last person preparing. That should be Tolu. Is Tolu still there? Yeah, he's still there. Okay, so yeah, Michael, looks like everybody asking you to take a bow. Yeah, general feedback. I think I'm impressed. I'm impressed with everything you've done. I like the tenacity you put into this program. I know me and you we talked severally, and that shows in you even before completing the program eating CC, and that's good. So now let's nail it with another one, either Security Plus or CISA, and
Okay.
then you don't need to waste time to eat the market. You are not new to the technical industry, but I think you have what it takes to quickly jump on things and keep moving. So congratulations. Wish you best of luck as you navigate this cybersecurity career. Congrats, Michael. Good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So Tolu, over to you. You are probably going to be the last person. Let's nail it. We're not hearing you if you are talking.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh,
Yes, we just hear
sorry.
you now. We
Not
can
sure
hear you. We
what's
can see
wrong
your
with.
screen. So go ahead.
Not sure what's wrong with it. All right. All right. So yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Everything worked towards me not presenting today. I just said I must show up when I heard Mr. Abiodun saying that it's okay to show up because I didn't actually complete
there are a couple of things I didn't do, but I said I must show up and I must do this thing. So, all right. So, based on what was given, we are supposed to implement Active Directory. We are supposed to implement vulnerability management, and then we are supposed to discuss about the particular cybersecurity framework that will fit into the network architecture that we're going to come up with, and also suggest policies. So basically, this is how the network that I did look like. Basically, I think it's just what I use for the slide that actually made it fancy, but I actually took the screenshot from the lab, Eve Engine. So basically, we have the server here. It's hosting the Active Directory. So basically, the Active Directory is just a central database that is managing a lot of systems, permissions, access controls, everything. So basically, this server just hosts it, and then basically also create domains, and then also bring about just manages domain authentication altogether, provisioning, and what have you. So basically, I have a switch here, I have the firewall here just for segmentation to control the traffic, network traffic. I have the VLANs here for segmentation. So I have the sales VLAN, the engineering VLAN, I have the IT VLAN, majorly for the Active Directory, the server that's hosting the Active Directory. I think that's all for this particular page. Basically, I drew something, AI just transformed it into something else here. But basically, this is how it looks like, incorporating the Nessus scanner, the Wazo, and the, what's it called now? The Qualys. Qualys is cloud-based, and basically, this is how it's going to look like. So I started by, after doing the lab itself, doing the VLANs on the switch, doing all the traffic routing on the firewall, I actually went to work on the server, and I provisioned, I installed the Active Directory. So Active Directory is actually a service that needs to be installed on the server for the server itself to become a domain controller. So a domain controller basically hosts the Active Directory. And for this particular project, the domain controller is in the forest. I remember Mr. Biodo talking about this. So even though it's just one domain controller that we have, it's still existing in the forest. So I have domain controller, I have to assign a static IP. So these are the requirements that is needed for you to be able to actually run this on a particular server. Those are the requirements that the system is going to check if you are not assigning static IP, because this is really needed just to reduce the attack surface in case a threat actor wants to get, because the server that's actually hosting the Active Directory is like gold, and every attacker wants to just enter into that because he knows that once it gets entry, it can access all the systems in the network. So we need to be able to reduce the attack surface, and also for all the systems in the company, in the network, to be able to connect. So because you cannot have DHCP on this. If the IP address is changing, then you have to change on different computers at the same time. So that might be hectic. So that's why we have a static IP address here. Also, the DNS configuration is also done on this. So these are my screenshots also, and then this was added. On the next slide. Also, so I created a domain called toladewe.local. I created 2 organizational units, sales, engineering units, and I provisioned 2 users in each organizational unit. I have a security group, 6 expert engineering leads. So these are the attached screenshots for this, for everything that I did on this. So I have Calvin Klein, Tom Ford for the sales unit, Isaac Newton and Nikola Tesla for the engineering unit. I think it's the same thing that's here. Also for this, this was me provisioning, working on each of the system and changing the computer name, just making sure this is identified as sales computers or sales system, and then also for the engineering system. So basically this is what I was doing here. And then this is talking about the firewall. I segment each one so that, and I had to do a traffic routing on the firewall so that sales can have explicit access to the Active Directory, and then also engineering VNA can also have explicit access to, they can talk to each other basically. Also, the same thing here. I provision different folders in the server itself. So I called it engineering folder, and I think I missed. That's what I was planning to put here, but it was a mistake. So I provisioned. I created engineering folders and sales folder, and I put the I provisioned it in such a way that only sales, I had to test to be sure that only people in the organizational unit for sales can access sales folder, and only people in the engineering unit can only access. So basically, I think that's the time call authorization, just that you have access to what you have access to. So basically, the Active Directory performs authentication, also performs authorization, identification also. So apart from the fact that we can authenticate the users, we also have to be sure that they are only able to access folders that they are only authorized to access. Okay, so I kind of just use just for visualization. So this Isaac Newton under the engineering organizational unit, and can only have access to folders under engineering organizational units. All right. Okay, yeah, so this is showing, so I did a screenshot for this. So this is showing the block that actually happens and how they are not able to access. If it's not something related to your role, we are not able to access that. I guess that's access control. So the domain controller also provisions this access control. And in this context, it's called role-based access control. Also, apart from that, I also worked on the vulnerability management. My Nexus was really having an issue. During the course of the program, I actually did it. I forgot the password. I remembered it, and I put it in, then I wasn't able to, for some reason, my VMware was having issues. IP address wasn't being assigned, so I wasn't able to, it was only Qualys I was able to get the report, and this actually what it is. I have a screenshot, but what I use for actually just made it look fancy, right? So basically, I discovered total vulnerabilities of 65, and everything is just border around TCP/IP detections. And then just like we all know, as Mr. Biodun actually taught us, vulnerability management is a continuous monitoring. So you identify threats or vulnerabilities, then you try to work on it. You assess it, what's the level, severity level, then you prioritize it, then you see if you can remediate it, solve the issue. And if not, you can just apply maybe some compensation controls just to limit or to mitigate the risk after doing the risk assessment. So basically that's that for Qualys. And about the cyber framework, NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. I will be recommending this for the network architecture. So basically, there are like 6 stages. We have govern, the identity, protect, detect, and respond, and and recover. So basically, this for identify, just basically just know about the assets on the network. You can use Qualys for that too, because apart from scanning for vulnerabilities, you can also scan for hosts. You want to know how many hosts are on this network. You just want to know more like database, more like an asset inventory. And then protect, this can happen for firewall, this can also happen maybe Active Directory also. Then also detect, these are where we use the Nexus, we use Qualys, we usually use SIEMs, what's it called, Bazo. Then we can respond using the incidents response policy here, where we have where we need to, or patch management, all these things that you can do to respond to incidents or maybe a threat. And recover, you can also do this with maybe business continuity plan, disaster recovery plans, and recovery, and just to make sure that things are quickly brought back into operation and business does not suffer. So basically that's it. And then also the policies that I'm actually recommending for this particular network is the password policy. I know a couple of people have talked about this. User must create strong passwords, change them periodically, depending on the policy. I know there are password standards apart from the policies. I know Mr. Beno taught us about difference between policies, standards, regulations. So policy is more like something that is enforced in the company, and this can only happen if the executives, the management is on board, and then this will be good. I'm just talking in the context of a company, of an organization. So password policies, multi-factor authentication, all those things. Then access control policy, we can use this where also Active Directory can come in. People only have access to what they absolutely need to access. And then number 3, acceptable use policy, how to use these company systems, resources. And then also, I know Mr. Mike also mentioned about the BYOD. You can bring your personal devices, and then we can use it as long as you are compliant with the BYOD policy. Bring your own device policy. And then the 4th one is the patch management policy. You must always make sure that all systems are updated regularly just to fix any discovered vulnerabilities. In the case where immediate resolution cannot be done, we must make sure we have compensating controls in place, at least to reduce the risk. And then the last one is incident reporting policy. There has to be a policy around when there's an issue and how you need to report it, how fast, the communication plan, and I think it's a good policy to have. And in fact, I think while I was doing my personal study, I think the higher the number of incidents reporting, actually, I think is good compared to if it's low. So I think what I saw was more like if a security awareness training was being done for people in the organization, if there's an increase in incident reporting cases rather, is that a good thing? And I think it's a good thing. So the more we incentivize people to report incidents, to see anything out of place, quickly report it, then the better it is for the network, the better it is for the organization. And I think these are the boundaries that are needed in terms of policies to enforce, to have a secured network environment. Thank you.
Wow, Tulu. Tulu, what's your background again?
Elect, sir.
Wow.
I did electrical and electronics engineering, but right now I'm a software developer. So,
okay, yeah, software developer, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, just general comment before I allow the panel members. I like your presentation skill, and I like the way you lay out your slide. It's really good. Yeah, I'm just seeing all the slides. All the slides make sense. I like your the way you capture the visual presentation of this what you have done. I think it's really nice. But yeah, let me allow our panel members to give their feedback.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tolu, for displaying what you can do with AI assistants, and it just shows that you are a systematic person. You are able to maximize and optimize tools to deliver results. And when I just love the terminologies, the way you specifically use words like remediation, compensating controls. Very on the point. I think if you're pivoting into cybersecurity or adding it to your scope, I think you are ready. Maybe you just want to add a few certifications, but very good presentation. You did great. Well done.
Okay, any other feedback?
Yeah, from me, that was a good one. And then, like Peter mentioned, AI, of course, if anybody is not making use of AI now, not in all the profession, not so even to talk of cybersecurity, I mean, that person is doing something wrong. So, I mean, it's a tool that everybody has to be able to use and please, wisely. Anyway, so that was well done. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm sure because he's a software developer, so he's able to quickly utilize his software development skills coupled with AI to come up with a very beautiful graphical presentation. And the good thing is that he's also able to back it up with some skills that he already has. Yeah, I like the presentation. I mean, I like that. That's the first thing that caught my attention. Any other feedback for Tolu? Tolu is the last presenter. I don't think we don't have any other person presenting again for today. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just say well done to you. And like everybody that had mentioned in terms of the structure of the presentation, I think it was well delivered. And obviously, you could tell that you've also been close to the industry as well by virtue of the use of your language and everything. And I think it's an easy pivot for someone like you. I mean, SDLC could be another area you want to explore. So, especially around frameworks like I6243, the 4-1 and 2 of it. So, for someone like you who's already around software development, you will want to explore things around security in that domain, right? To grow deeper. You already have domain knowledge. It's just to have that security on top of it. And I think, yeah, you have a solid foundation, and I wish you all the best.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. Any other feedback? Um, Yeah, Tolu, I think, do you have any certifications yet in cybersecurity?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
I did CC during the course of the
Program. Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah, so let's work on one more, maybe Caesar or Security Plus. I think you should jump at it. I think you already have what it takes to hit the industry. So reach out for any help assistance. Let's strategize together. And but I think you did well. You did so well. I like your presentation, and I like
Yes, sir.
the panel members have said, you are eating the right words. You know, yeah. Your background in software development is a good leverage for you. And like Victor said, software development life cycle is something you can look at. And because you also have engineering background, um, yeah, you can begin to look around OT as well, like he recommended. Yeah, I think you have a couple of options ahead of you. Um, I'm impressed by your presentation. Good job and congratulations. Wishing you best of luck as you navigate this cybersecurity career. Congrats. Okay, wow. Please let's give a round of applause to all our panel members. I can't even believe I was thinking they would just, slim in and, just come and spend 3 minutes and leave. But they all stayed. We've been here for 4 hours plus, guys. I mean, let's give them a round of applause. Let's thank them, please. Many of them are very busy, and I reach out to them at 9 minutes. Okay, even Victor, I'm sure he's getting late in Europe right now, and he's still with us. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Mr. Kayode Awe. Thank you, Joy. Joy, thank you so much. And you can see that you added good color to some of our feminine graduates as well, and it's good to see you here at least. Communication just last night I just sent you a note and you responded. Thank you so much. God will honor you too. Mr. Shegun, thank you for your presence. Appreciate all the comments. Thanks for being a lover of the community, strong alumni member. um yeah, Victor, thank you once again. I think Hyman has left. Yeah, Hyman had something to attend to. Mr. Kayode, thank you. In fact, I sent the notice to Mr. K just when the presentation has already started, and he still honored our invitation. Thank you, guys. I do not take your presence here for granted. I really appreciate you. I would just like a final, maybe 1 minute for everybody from the panel members. One final round general comment. One of the reasons why I like to bring in external people, professionals, is so that at least whatever I was saying in the class, they will be able to hear it from somebody else who is also a professional. Maybe some areas that I do not cover, or maybe um, some areas that need more emphasis. When they hear it from somebody else, I think it normally hits home very well. So it's one of the reasons why I like to bring in external facilitator. So external moderator. So I just want to give final comments, general comments to all the students, as we conclude this presentation. Then afterwards, I will ask one or two of them to speak. Then we'll call it a day. So, anybody that wants to start in no particular order, you can go ahead.
First, I want to.
Yeah, this is a great time.
Yeah, go ahead, Joy.
Go ahead. That's fine. I'll go after you.
You have the mic, Joy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Joy, let's hear you.
Okay. I want to say every presenter was unique in their own special way, and everyone is already on the right track. I can say that you're putting the time, the 3 months that the program lasted for, and then we can see the result of it by your presentation today. I want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, continuous education, continuous learning. And we have a lot of free resources out there. Microsoft have a lot on their YouTube, and go back to the lessons and that was recorded. Just keep understanding all the context and try to be fluent with the terminology, how to use them, the right context, the right um, in the right place at the right time, and then start looking into applying to jobs, because it might take a while. I'll tell you that there's always that's rejection. Like I remember when I was looking for a job, coach always tell me, when you apply to any job, don't attach emotions, just apply to it, and just wait it out and see what happens. So there might be some you might think, oh, I got this, and then you see that email. Unfortunately, we don't move, or we are moving with somebody else. So don't let it get to you. Just keep applying. I would say there is a job for everyone there, and there will be that employer that really wants you when they see that connection between you and them during that interview. So just keep doing your work, and all the best. And there's a lot of jobs out there, but you have to be prepared. Like coach will always say, and there's no entry level job in cybersecurity. They want you to come with some level of experience. They might list it as an entry level, but actually they don't want to babysit you. They want you to come with some level of experience, and that you are able to bring value to the organization. So just keep the way you can express that is when you speak. Like and it takes the first few minutes to make that impression when you speak to your interviewer. So just keep working on yourself, and then I know very soon we'll start seeing that. Congratulations on the platform that this person has landed a cybersecurity role, and that's what everybody is looking for. And we'll all hear your success story. Once again, congratulations and all the best.
Thank you so much, Joy. That's a great word of encouragement. Appreciate your presence. We appreciate your coming, your attendance. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mr. Shegun, you can go ahead.
I just want to congratulate everyone that was part of CAP 11. You've done the hard work, and there is still more hard work ahead of you. This popular saying that the reward for good work is more work. But along with the work also comes the reward. Looking back, like a few years ago when I started, it looked like, hearing Active Directory for the first time, vulnerabilities, so don't feel like, oh, it's too much, it's too stressful. You know, we are all learning. We're probably on different levels in the learning journey, but we are all learning. And just commit to a learning lifetime, commit to always improving yourself. One challenge I want to throw out there today is, if you add this to your portfolio, always ask yourself, what projects can I speak to when I'm going for interviews? And for each project, why? The question should not just be the solution. It should come from why. What problem are you trying to solve? So that when you're going to interviews, beyond the theory and all the terminologies, you can always explain to anybody the reason why you're implementing certain controls. So once you understand the why, then it's easy for you to tailor your efforts and your response towards what will solve the problems. So it's a community. We're rooting for you. We are also learning from you. I've learned a lot of things just by being part of this session. Thanks, Coach, for inviting me, and I wish all of you great success. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shegun. Thanks for being present. Thanks for honoring our invitation. We do not take your presence for granted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, who wants to go next? Victor, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Coach, for the invitation. I mean, one thing I'm always proud of, which I'm not ashamed to say anyway, is that I think I'm one of your first students over a decade ago, right? So, and I mean, I can say to everyone here that everyone on this call was at this point. For everyone who had presented today, everyone had been at this point in their career at some point, right? And today the story is quite different, which means that, of course, it comes with loads of hard work and commitment as well, which I know for you to have committed yourself to this program, it means you're ready for that change or that next level you're looking for in your career. So, I mean, this is not for you to rest on what you've achieved. It's pretty much a call for you to forge ahead. And I think one thing I will also throw into the mix is that the world of cybersecurity, like I said earlier on, is very dynamic. It's changing every day. So you also need to be on top of your game, right? And I think one thing I also encourage everyone to do is to see how they can also stay relevant in this age of AI. A lot of things are changing. The way cybersecurity used to be 6 months ago is not the way it is today. So there are new innovations. You want to stay abreast of latest technology around AI security, right? So don't let anybody deceive you that AI will not have impact on cybersecurity, definitely, but you want to be well positioned, right, to be able to maximize the potentials. I used to work for an organization where I saw this particular quote. It says, in times of change, those who learn inherit the organization, and those who fail to learn find themselves in an organization that no longer exists. So we're in a world that keeps changing, and only learners we remain relevant. I mean, cybersecurity world, you can't overemphasize the importance of learning. Even CISOs are still learning every day. Else, you find yourself in a career that no longer exists. So my challenge to everyone this afternoon, this evening, is that keep learning. Don't rest on what you already know. Add more value to yourself, and you remain relevant in your field. And as you go into be taking interviews and everything, like the previous speakers have said, you want to be very practical in the scenarios you will paint, because oftentimes it's not just about speaking the grammars. They want to see how you can solve problems, what value you can add, and how you've been able to actually implement some of the things you've seen in the past. Don't just talk theory. Talk about how you've solved problems using some of those focus area in cybersecurity. And yes, I look forward to your success in the industry, and definitely I know at some point our paths may cross. All the best in your cybersecurity career. Thank you, Coach, once again for having me.
Wow, Victor, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, myself and Victor were colleagues before, and yeah, nothing was structured. Myself and Victor we had to sort out everything ourselves. Nobody to follow. We had to work late nights trying to resolve issues. You know, we all navigated it together. No direction from anybody. But we thank God for. I mean, there was no direction. Nobody that we didn't have a coach. We didn't have anything. But we thank God for what we are doing today. So, Victor, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate all the way from London with your busy schedule. We appreciate your presence. We do not take it for granted. I only messaged you just last night and you showed up today. Thank you so much. God will honor you as well. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, Mr. Way, I think you are the one remaining as the panel
Okay.
member. We need your word of encouragement to general comment for all the graduates.
Okay, thank you, the coach. In the court, man, you started on a good note. And then I know that this is an accelerated program. What that means is that the coach has been able to show you the map, right? You are now responsible for the other part, which all the other finalists have mentioned: hard work, continuous learning, and most importantly, always try to connect, right? Especially with people around you that know that they can assist. Of course, I know that coach is always available, and don't be scared of trying to apply for jobs. And of course, that comes with preparation. Go back to the fundamentals. Always have that fundamental at the back of your hand, right? Because people can be tricky. The way they will break down a problem and make it look complicated, but once you're able to grasp the fundamentals, learning has to be continuous. Don't think that, oh, I've done this one. You have to go back again and again and again. So I say I don't have much to say other than to be there for everybody, for people, someone like me, you know. So thank you. I wish you good luck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. K. Again, I only sent you this info even when we have already started, and you joined right away, and you stay with us for close to 4 hours. That's really impressive. Thank you so much for honoring this invitation. To all the panelists, we are all saying thank you. You added color um, to the event, and all your word of advice, your goodwill messages, they are all well noted, and I think it's really it's going to have much impact as we navigate further challenges ahead. So thank you. We cannot thank you enough. Okay. Now, I'll just give maybe like two people, two students, I mean, two graduates. You are now an alumni now. Um, Goodwill messages. Just tell us your how you. We'll still send the what's it called, the survey, but for now, just give a feedback about the program and what you think you have learned in the for time's sake, I'll give maybe just 2 people, and then we close it from there. So, who wants to give it a shot?
I can go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you everyone, especially the panelists for joining us and for all the encouragement, the correction, feedback, and pointing us in the right direction like Coach has done over the last 12 weeks. Thank you, Coach, for holding us by the hand all through the 12 weeks to be a better cybersecurity professional. We are not just an American. So at least from here, some of the things that I've learned within this 12 weeks, some of them I've had the opportunity to do them one way or the other in real life, but unfortunately, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just trying to maybe I had my system, had some phishing and all of that. I'm able to clear that. One of my a team members' email appears to be hacked, seeing the traffic of mails going out and all of it. Was from here that I really understood what IP is, how to ping IP, IP config and the likes. So I really want to appreciate you for taking your time to, because even on the WhatsApp group, I see some questions. Sometimes I say, these questions are simple now. I expect that this person will already know this, but you are patient enough to explain it. I see you drop links. Oh, let's jump on a call so that you share your screen so that we can solve all of this. Thank you. I want to really appreciate you for all your effort, and I know that as I want to attempt to speak for every one of us as well, that will also make you proud. When you look back at CAP level, you will be able to point to us that, oh, these are my mentees, these are my students, they passed through me. Oh, I'm excited seeing them doing giant strides and all of that. Thank you, everyone, once again. God bless you.
Good. Any other person that wants to give a feedback as we close from the students? Can just go ahead.
Okay, I would like to make some comments. I know that I did not make presentation today. That was due to a lot of issues that surrounded me. I could not make it, preparations for that. But I'm surprised, really, the way everybody turned out to make presentations and they were detailed. It shows a great deal of commitment. And that has actually taught me many things here today. And I want to congratulate everybody, teammates. You guys made me proud. I'm telling you, if I can get in one-on-one with you guys, I'll be very grateful because you all look like mentors to me now. Actually, I'm not pursuing a career in cybersecurity, but looking at presentation today, something and the coaching that we've gotten so far, I'm beginning to rethink. And I can say that the world is big. It's really big. It's a global space. And I will look into it curiously again with a second look. Cybersecurity is a very beautiful place to be. It's something that is going on seriously in the world today. Every point you see yourself is cyberspace. So I congratulate every team members who have contributed their presentation today. You guys made me proud, and you have also encouraged me. No doubt about that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I wish you all well as well.
Okay.
Thank you also, Coach. Thank you, Coach, for your good mentoring. You really tried. I'm telling you, these old models have not been easy. I can feel it. And thank you for the guests who are around, Shegun, Agbola, and others. You guys are very good. Your patience.
being here with us all through this time. I've been looking at the time. It's going to about 4 or 5 hours now, or 4 hours. Thank you guys for showing up like this. Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, for those comments, Mr. David. Yeah, I mean, I know you might have issues for not presenting, but you were present at all the classes, so that's a lot of effort as well. And thank you for the kind words. I think we have a hands raised from Mr. Lawale. Can we quickly have you, sir?
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Mine is just to say, one, thank you so much for your patience, your dexterity at what you did for us, and also for accommodating every one of us with our non-cybersecurity aptitude or understanding. And I am one, for example. I knew I called you even very late in the night. Peradventure, you were in the other room, but you attended to me, and that gave me that courage to keep doing it. I may not have done so much, but I want to thank you so much. However, many was want to put, and I also want to thank each and every one of us students here. It was indeed a class which the prof also said we made him to sit and ask so many questions. Sometimes I'm surprised myself where the questions are coming from. No security background, cyber security background, but we just ask questions and the prof finds a way. Even when we can't solve the problem, he resolves it and brings it back to us. All I just want to say is thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope we get things done better than we are. God bless you. Bye.
Okay, thank you all for all the feedback. Thank you for all the kind words. Uh, I don't really know when the next court is going to start or whether it's going to be available, but we have a TCP cyber community that is ongoing. It's full of some of the panelist members are already there. So if you want to take the next step, you can join us. I'm putting it on the screen right now. You just go to school.com/tcpcyber to register. If you want to take it to the next level, or if you also have anybody that wants to learn cybersecurity, I think that's a cheaper route to also go as well. So you can share the community with them. Otherwise, I enjoy this community. As a matter of fact, you guys actually made me. There are so many things we did in this court that the previous court did not, that we did not touch. You guys have a way of asking me questions to be able to go deeper. So I would say I enjoy you guys a lot, and thank you for showing up. I always say it. One of the first steps to success is to always show up. Showing up is very, very important. So thank you for showing up, and thank you for seeing it through up to now. A lot of people, I mean, we're more than this when we started, right? But some people could not make it to the last day. Um, so I wish you good success as you navigate this cybersecurity career. I'm not throwing you out. I'm available for consultations. Reach out. Let's strategize. Let's think about how we can hit the next level. Be sure that you have somebody that is rooting for you, somebody that is cheering you up, and I will always do that. So thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend, and I will see. Let's take the conversation back to our community, the WhatsApp group, and I will see you some other time. Thank you, congratulations, and cheers. Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Record.